Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome back to the second day of the International Symposium on Comparative Education. I pray that you all enjoyed the first day and that you have met and made some very interesting connections with the fellow participants that are here, and that you've gotten a bit of a taste of Doha as well in the evening to see some sights. To pick up where we left off, today we will be starting with the fourth academic session, and the timing has been adjusted as well for each of the speakers to have 15 minutes, and that would actually allow a lot more time for questions and answers. So without further ado, this fourth session, entitled Pedagogical Perspectives from Al-Ghazali for Contemporary Classrooms, is moderated by Dr. Elif Medani, and she will be joined by the following speakers: Dr. Qayyim Naoki Yamamoto, Dr. Tariq Badawiya, and Furqan Shenturk. And the floor is now yours. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I really welcome you on behalf of our participants. Today we have a slightly different focus in terms of yesterday. We had more theoretical engagements, and we move forward to more practical approaches, and that's why I'm really much looking forward to our presentations. Without losing any time, I would like to invite Dr. Qayyim Naoki Yamamoto. When Japanese training Shugyo culture encounters Ghazali's theory of disciplining the soul, reviving multi-layered pedagogical practices. Please.
Sorry, brother. Such a video. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me. Such a great opportunity. I myself, so now I'm based in Istanbul. I'm working as a lecturer at the university. But I myself I'm from Japan. And also I have some opportunity to teach some of, how can I say, like Islamic education. The I myself is not special right now, but the Islamic education for the young Japanese Muslim students. And so today's symposium is Ghazali, and I myself is also how I can teach, this Ghazali's legacy towards the next generation. Is quite an important question which is close to my heart, because as I said, now we have many Japanese Muslim children, not only converts like me, but we also have second generation and the third generations. And one of the challenging things about Japanese Muslim is that in the end, Japan is non-Islamic country, and they are surrounded by non-Islamic environment. Still, they have to build a Muslim identity. But this Muslim identity must not be identity politics, which can be found in other countries. It means we need to seek what is Muslimness. We need to seek what the Islam means to our life. As described in the Professor Rajab, in the perspective of the rooted traditions. But if we want to build ourselves from rooted tradition, it means that we need to read the classic. And also, and if you want to read the classic, then we have to study classical Arabic. And also, reading book itself is not enough. Another thing is, we need to find a way to to digest what we learn from the classics. And today, I'm sure the other presenters will more have the academic presentation. So in this presentation, I would like to share my personal experiences or personal comments that how I'm trying to integrate Islamic traditions into Japanese societies, based on their own context. And like 2 years ago, actually 3 years ago, I was the member of the translation project of the Mukhtasar Ihya Ulumuddin, and I was to take part of the like a first part of the Mukhtasar Ihya Ulumuddin. The first part is more like it's about the ilm and akhlaq, and actually I bring the copy of this. So now actually, if you visit like major library in Japan, you can find like a Japanese translation of the Mukhtasar Ihya Ulumuddin. And once we managed to publish the books, we are very happy because this is the very first Japanese translation of the abridged version of the Ihya Ulumuddin. But right after we published, that I started to think that who's going to read this? Because this is at least 500 pages. This book is 500 pages. And look at the youngster right now, even including me, that we're watching YouTube and TikTok just 50-second videos. And who is the one who have like enough sabr to finish the 500th book? I haven't finished reading it after it published. Like what I was remember, I have a strong motivation translating this. So in this way, I have started to think that yes, like it is really important to like teaching the Islamic classic books, and it's really important to like translate Islamic words. It's really important to like author books about Islamic traditions. It's really important writing the article as academicians. But my teacher in Istanbul, when I engaged in traditional like halakha or traditional like education like environment, they always like a quote in one hadith like تحدث الناس على قدر عقولهم, or in the other like riwayat حدث الناس بما يعرفون. Like you cannot bring this Mukhtasar Ihya Ulumuddin to the like one ordinary like Japanese like otaku guy and say that please read this Ihya Ulumuddin because it's really fast. Well, like nobody's gonna read this. It means like we need to create like something. I'm saying especially like something like a culture, like indigenous cultures or like indigenous like method of learning, which is like based on or which is inspired by the Ihya Ulumuddin. And again, and now I am working in the Manama University, and before moving there, I was working in the Ibn Khaldun University in Istanbul. I was the lecturer at the graduate school of the Alliance of Civilization Institute. And in Turkey, there is the comprehensive exam for the PhD students. And there is like a leading book list. And this Marshall Harrison book is like always on the list. And to be honest, when I was a PhD student, I haven't read this book. So when I appointed to Ibn Khaldun University, and I started reading this book. But this book was so inspiring, especially about introductions, that he explained the concept of the Islam and the Islamicate. And however, this book, Marshall Harrison, this venture of Islam. So in this introduction, that he coined did a word called what is Islam and what is Islamicate. And this Islam is something which is like it's more about like a dogma, about aqidah or like fiqh, or some like the more like a religious like aspect about Islamic civilization. And the Islamicate is more like a moralities or ethics or even like a culture which can be like shared or even enjoyed by both Muslim and also like a non-Muslim. So this, mostly the Islamic classic book is more like Islamic like a book, but actually what Islamic civilization has been like so successful is that they have managed to create the area so-called like Islamicate. Islamic, which means, the area which can be like, is created by the Muslim, but it can be enjoyed and practiced by both Muslim and also like non-Muslims. And this is really off the topic, but today, I wear this traditional Japanese clothes, called kimono. I'm sure everybody knows kimono. You can just Google kimono, I'm sure. And do you know how this inner kimono is called? Inner kimono. This inner kimono is called juban. And some historical narrative says that this word juban is come from Arabic. Can you guess what the original word is from? Jubba, yes, jubba. So actually, this is jubba. So this clothes came in the 15th century, either 14th century or 15th century, from the Portuguese merchant. And you know where this Portuguese merchant got this jubba? From Andalus. And at that time, this Japanese, Japanese, they love the beauty of this jubba so much, so they started wearing as inner clothes. So this is an example, the cultural example of this Islamicate. Actually, many people think that this kimono is like a pure like a Japanese culture, but actually this is also like it can be like Islamicate like a culture, like Islamicate. In another video, pardon, and I'm making it so clear. That means like this. So if you study history really deeply, actually we can find like lots of the Islamicate like a trace of humanity that even in Japan. Then I'm also I think the same thing must be really required to the Ihya as well. Like not just like publishing the book is not enough. Like what is more important is like bringing the Japanese society to the next level, to bring in like something new, like bring something creative, like which is like inspired by the Ghazali. And another thing that which inspired me about thinking of how I can teach like Islamic content to the Japanese Muslim is that. So when I was working at the Ibn Khaldun University, I was attending Professor Rajab in the courses, and in one class, that he asked me that, do you think social science is like neutral, or do you think like social science is something like universal? And I said, of course, because societies in this are societies, and human society is always the same. And he said that that is wrong. Then he introduced me, and he introduced the Ibn Khaldun's concept about understanding human societies. And in the introduction, in the Muqaddimah, in his book, that he listed that there was this, Ibn Khaldun listed there is 3 elements to understand human societies. The one is asabiya, which is more like it's a universal element, and the second one is called iklim, like weather, like environment. And this implies that even how the saying is that the people were influenced by the environment that they live in. For example, the people who live in Japan, they might think differently. Or the people who live in Europe, they have different behavior and also different reasoning. And in the third element is called nubuwa. And this is one of the original concept of Ibn Khaldun, but he said that but I also reinterpret the third element. It means that whenever there is a human society, that the human always have a connection with kind of a divine being, not if I can explain. So it means one is asabiya, the second is the environment, and the third is nubuwa. And he said that the problem of the social sciences that is modern Western social sciences, it assumes that the human being is kind of like a machine, and they analyze the human being as a really superficial engineering a worldview. It means that if you can decipher every part of the human society, then you can control the human mind and body. But if you look about traditional Islamic sciences, traditional social sciences in Islamic civilization, the Muslim intellectual are much more sincere, that they always understand that human always have their own context. And what we have to do is that, for example, even there is one concept that you want to teach, for example, the mahabba, or I don't know, ethar, or tawbah. Now, every community, every society, they have their own way to digest any concept. And even on university, there was a project about the social sciences that especially our team, this Professor Rajab team, that we proposed that we need to create societal sciences as an alternative method of social sciences. These societal sciences is the sciences which can respect the context of a human being. So this is based on all the experiences, I started to think that even there is Muslim living in Japan, the Muslim living in Japan, they have their own way of the digesting the Islam. And also, teaching Ihya Ulumuddin or teaching Ghazali concept is also like not only for like Muslim living in Japan, but also it has to be like an Islamicate thing. You know, the Islamicate. It means like we need to create something which can also, I'm sorry, yeah, don't worry, I'm finished. We need to create something which can also inspire like a non-Muslim like Japan, living in Japan. And also it has to be like a societal practice. Like it's something which is come from indigenous. It's something which come from our own tradition, and which can like find like a common ground between like Islamic culture and the Japanese culture. So and what now my new project is that I thought martial arts can be like a good way to teach the fourth part of Ihya Ulumuddin about ilm al-akhlaq. Why? Because now I'm investing again about the martial art tradition, Islamic civilization, and actually there are so many textbooks on martial arts, from especially Mamluk period to Ottoman period. For example, this how do you call it? Ball? I don't know. Stick? A staff. Okay. The martial arts staff. This is one of miniature from the Mamluk like a period. So they are teaching that how we use this like a staff. But also, another in Ottoman society, there was the training lodges called tekke, and there was okuchiral tekkesi, and okuchiral with archery. So these like Ottoman intellectuals, they use this martial arts as like a method of spiritual education. The spiritual like the akhlaq which is taught in classical Islamic textbook. And in Japan, we also have the same, not same, but in similar like tradition about like disciplining yourself, like reality nafs. But when we see about the current like modern like the educational environment among the Muslim communities, we always have like a table and a chair and the people talk and that's it. And the students always remain passive, like exactly what we are witnessing right now, like table and chair and a talk. And I'm not judging. This also is important, but again, if we really want to revive the multiplexity of education, then we have. Just narrating things is not enough. Like we need to really like revive the environment which once exists in an Islamic civilization. And what I found that what's now really seriously missing right now is I think this martial arts, like using your own like baton to like digest the concept. So and again I think narrating things is not enough. So I can show you. Then, usually the traditional martial arts done by two people. Like it can be practiced alone, and I will practice the movement of the winner, and he will practice the movement of the one who defeated. So winner and also defeated. So this is a simulation. And 教えたやつ一緒に握る。で僕が下地打ち出しでもうちょっと後ろに来てください。もうちょっと後ろに。でまっすぐこう。 of, all the swordsmanship. But I can tell you the message. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I can tell you the message behind this. For example, do you remember, before the practicing this martial art, we bow each other. We bow each other. And this is the major difference between modern education and traditional education. Because in the modern education, the teacher will come to this table and talk, and when the class finish, he will just go back. Ta-da, finish. Why? Because in Turkish we call this is just like an oratman. They are teaching just as a teacher. But if you are engaged in the traditional education, even in Istanbul, or I know the case in Qatar because I never engaged in halakha, but in Istanbul or other, if you engage traditional education background, first when the teacher enter, they always bow to the students. And this is also the same in Japan as well. Because why? Because why? Because traditional masters, they know that there is no master without the students, and they also know the students without the master. And in Arabic, so this is like the mutual relationship that makes the people like a master and the students. And when we show the movement, you remember, like when I defend, the opponents attack, and when I attack, the opponents defend. And do you remember what is? Oh, sorry, I'm always. Okay, so do you know what is one of the main topic that we study in the falsafa or the mantiq? In the falsafa or the mantiq. So what is something mantiki and what is like ghayru mantiki? So what makes something mantiki? When we are able to explain, the cause and effect, causal relationship. So this sort, movement is actually teaching what is the cause and what is the effect. What is the cause and what is the effect. So this sword teacher explained to me, imagine this is like a grammar of everything, nahu. So this is like a grammar of everything. If we are in this natural world, there is always like a cause and effect. And what people makes intellectual is that when we explain, when we understand this like a tasalsul, nation of the cause and effect. So, and also, when we engage in this practice, we can understand the importance of showing ihtiram, respect, and doing the same movement again and again and again requires like endurance, the sabr. And also that when you're in a practice, and inevitably you will make a mistake. And also you have to embrace your weakness. So in this way, this traditional practice, not only the sword, but also the archery, the other, all the martial arts time, this will give you, the time, to digest what you have learned from, the classic books. So now I'm doing this in the same experiment. I'm sorry, I'm finishing. In Turkey called ISEME, traditional educational center to teaching Islamic classic books. And I was given the opportunity to talk about the futuwa, futuwa relationship. So in my class, in the first 1 hour, I'm reading the books about futuwa. I'm talking about importance of sabr. I'm talking about importance of showing respect. I'm talking about importance of master and disciple. And another one, 1 hour, we are practicing this like a martial art all together. So in this way, so this is how I'm trying to and this is not like something like a bid'ah or something. This is actually will exist for the 1,000 years in the Islamic civilization. Now I'm telling you this, I'm not lying. Because look at that miniature, they're really practicing. So this is what, this is the Japanese version, but Islam. So this is this is my now the current experiment of the reviving the traditional Islamic educational background, which is teaching knowledge and also a practice. Yes. So thank you very much. So this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaim, for the on-hands performative contribution. And it really took us to different contexts, widen our perspectives. Thank you very much. Also, nearly sticking to the time. Excellent. But this is Japanese discipline, I think. Okay, let's move to Germany. And yeah, to the German discipline, so I'm sure we don't have any time challenges today. Dr. Tarek Badawiya is going to give a speech on Al-Ghazali as a master of critical thinking and educational theory perspective. The speech is going to be in Arabic. For those who need support, as myself, please help yourself with the translators.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. بداية أتوجه للشكر الجزيل لجميع السادة الأفاضل والسيدات لإعطاء هذه الفرصة، وشكرا لك فضيلة الدكتور رجب على إتاحة هذه الفرصة للمشاركة. وأرجو المعذرة أنني أتكلم باللغة العربية، ولكني مشتاق للحديث للغة العربية، وأعدكم إذا كان في نصيب أن يكون لي حضور مرة أخرى في مثل هذه اللقاءات الطيبة أن أحضر الورقة تحضيرا دقيقا باللغة الإنجليزية وأقدمها إن شاء الله رب العالمين. حديثي لحضراتكم عن الإمام الغزالي، عن تجربة الإمام الغزالي شيخ التفكير النقدي، وقد وردت كلمة التفكير النقدي بالأمس أكثر من مرة، فيعني مراعاة لضيق الوقت ويعني تفاديا للتكرار أتقدم بمقدم أو أبدأ بمقدمة بسيطة جدا حول السياق الذي أتحدث فيه، حول تجربة الإمام الغزالي رحمة الله عليه. هو بالنسبة لي يعني إنسان أوقد في ذهني فكرا، ولن أخوض في كثير من تفاصيل حياته وكثير من القضايا الفلسفية أو كذا، وقد تعرض الزملاء والزميلات بالأمس لهذا الأمر بالتفصيل وأحسنوا في طرح النقاط. وبالتالي مما يهمني في الأمر القراءة التربوية، وهذا هو محور هذه الحصة، أن نركز على القراءة التربوية. والقراءة التربوية سأجملها في 3 أسئلة. لما نتكلم عن الفكرة التربوية نتكلم عن فكرة علاقة الأجيال ببعضها البعض، يعني هذا الجيل الذي نحن جزء منه يتعامل مع جيل ناشئ، وعلاقة الأجيال هذه من أهم القضايا التي لابد أن تكون محور تفكير الإنسان التربوي. والسؤال الثاني هو سؤال الواقع، يعني الواقع الذي نعيشه نحن، الواقع الذي يعيشه هذا الجيل، وهو عادة ما يكون مختلف نوعا ما عن تصوراتنا نحن الجيل الأقدم إن صح التعبير. والسؤال الثالث هو سؤال المهارة، سؤال الكيفية، سؤال كيف أحقق هدفا تربويا، أو كيف أصل بالناشئ إلى المبتغى التربوي، ومن يحدد هذه الأهداف وكيف تحدد هذه الأهداف. أتكلم عن القضية التربوية على أنها ضرورة، وهي أستخدم اللفظ المقاصدي أيضا بهذه الخلفية، أنها ضرورة وأنها مقصد من مقاصد التربية. أنا أتكلم بشكل محدود جدا عن مهارة واحدة، والسادة والسيدات المنشغلون بالمسألة التربوية وخصوصا الديداكتيكية يعرفون صعوبة تبسيط الأمور من دون أن ندخل في خطر تسفيف الأمور. هذه نقطة مهمة جدا، لابد من القيام بتبسيط هذه الأمور حتى تفهم. يعني أتناول 3 نقاط في العرض، أتمنى أن يسعفني الوقت في ذلك. النقطة الأولى مدخل وتوصيف للسياق، وأنا أتكلم عن التجربة الألمانية، ثم يعني أحدد مفهوم التفكير أو التفكير النقدي وما المقصود بهما، وانتقل إلى محاولة استقرائية كنموذج تطبيقي لطريقة التعليم في السياق الألماني الذي أتكلم أنا عنه. هنا نقطة مهمة جدا أن نتكلم عن وسط في السياق الألماني. أنا لاحظت الأمر هذا بالأمس وإلى الآن، أن البعض يتكلم عن التربية الروحية في سياق تعليمي، وهذا الأمر مستبعد جدا في ألمانيا. يعني المدارس الحكومية، وأنا مسؤول عن قطاع التعليم الدين الإسلامي في محافظة بافاريا، يعني مسألة استحالة أن تطرح. يعني نحن نتكلم عن حصة التربية الإسلامية في المدارس الحكومية على أنها حصة توعية بالشأن الديني، ليس أكثر، مسألة توعية بالشأن الديني، ولابد من الحفاظ على هذه المساحة الخاصة للطفل، وهذه المساحة الخاصة لاحترام حرية الطفل، عقلية الطفل النقدية، وتطوير هذه المهارات. فالسؤال الذي نطرحه هو سؤال التهيئة أو سؤال الجيل السابق تجاه الجيل القادم، وتحديدا نجيب على هذا السؤال بقضية المهارات والكفاءات. هذه نقطة مهمة جدا، لا نتكلم فقط هكذا بشكل مجمل عن معاني عامة، ولا نتدخل أيضا نحن نسميها بألمانيا بمشكلة التوبيخ التربوي. يعني هذه نقطة عالجتها الفلسفة الألمانية القديمة أو يعني الحديثة عفوا منذ القدم، وهي قضية أننا دائما نتدخل في مساحة الضمير الفردي. هذه نقطة إن صح التعبير محرمة قانونيا على العمل التربوي، ويبقى التعامل مع الأمر معاملة ذهنية، معاملة نقدية. سأقدم فقط جانب من الإجابة، لا أزعم بأنني أتكلم عن أو يعني فكرة تأييد أو يعني دعم الفكر النقدي على أنها هي الجواب الشامل الكامل، إنما هو جانب من هذا العمل التربوي الذي نقوم به. وأنا أتكلم عن جيل يعني متأثر الآن بوجود جيل ثاني وثالث ورابع في أوروبا وتحديدا في ألمانيا، يعني يعاني حقيقة مشاكل متعددة جدا 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 وصعبة ومعقدة من الوجود الإسلامي في تلك البلاد. فأنا أنظر إلى هذا الوجود على أنه رحمة وليس على أنه لعنة كما ينظر البعض لمثل هذه الظروف، وهذه نقطة أساسية. ونقول أن مهارة التفكير بحد ذاتها أو التفكير النقدي هو ليس جواب على سؤال محدد، إنما هو موقف أدبي، موقف أخلاقي، موقف إنساني تجاه الواقع الذي أعيش به. ونحن نتكلم عن التفكير على أنه شيء بديهي، ولكن نحن نقول هذه نعمة من نعم الله سبحانه وتعالى، لابد من الاهتمام بها كما نهتم بجميع المسائل المتعلقة بالإنسان. قضية الاهتمام بالمسألة النقدية أيضا حقيقة لها بعد اجتماعي، وهي حفظ كرامة الإنسان. هذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية، لأن الموضوع لا يتعلق فقط بالمسلم، إنما أيضا يتعلق بالمسلم وعلاقته بالآخر. وهذه يعني عندنا ملاحظات كثيرة جدا عليها في الواقع الألماني، خصوصا النظر إلى الواقع الآخر أو الطرف الآخر على أنه إنسان كافر، على أنه إنسان يعني لسنا بحاجة أن نتواصل معه، إلى غير ذلك من النظرة الاستعلائية للأسف التي البعض يعني ينظر لها على أن أو يؤصل لها تأصيل شرعي. الإمام الغزالي كما قلت يعني بالنسبة لي هو مورد لأفكار كثيرة، وأنا أركز في توصيف حلقة اليوم على حقيقة تجربته في دمج الفقه، دمج المنطق، وهذه الموازنة التي وفق إليها في التوفيق بين القراءة الشرعية والقراءة الفطرية. أنا أريد أن أضع المنطق يعني قريبا من الفطرة، حتى نقول أن هناك قاعدة مشتركة إنسانية هي القاعدة الفطرية التي ننطلق منها ونتعامل في علاقاتنا معها من خلالها مع الآخر، التي تقوم على هذه الهداية الربانية، وهديناه النجدين، وهذه القدرة على اتخاذ القرار والتمييز بين القبيح والحسن. ويعني الحالة التي نعيشها الآن تقريبا مشابهة لحالة الاضطراب المنهجي التي تناولها الإمام الغزالي رحمة الله عليه في أكثر من كتابه، ووصفت بأنها حالة التهافت، ونحن نجد حالة التهافت يعني منتشرة بشكل كبير في هذا الزمان. وأعجبتني كلمة فضيلة الدكتور رجب بالأمس عندما قال آن للأكاديميين وللمثقفين أن يخرجوا من الكهف. فنحن لا نزال نوعا ما في الكهف، وهناك عوالم أخرى وأفكار أخرى وشيء آخر في الخارج حقيقة يعني نحتاج أن نهتم به. وهذه أظنها يعني أظنه فارق كبير بين الإنسان التربوي الذي يقف في المدرسة صباحا ويقف في الفصل الدراسي ولابد أن يتعامل مع كل هذه المعطيات، غير الإنسان الأكاديمي. نحن نعيش نوعا ما حالة من الانفصام في هذه النقطة، فنحن في المدارس ونعود إلى المكاتب. المهم يعني نقول مسألة التفكير، يعني ننتقل للنقطة الثانية وهي مسألة التفكير بحد ذاتها. يعني هناك إشارات كثيرة، وأنا أستخدم هنا أسلوب الاستقراء، يعني أنا أترجم إن صح التعبير مادة الإمام الغزالي ترجمة تربوية. يعني أنا أحلله، أقرأ الغزالي، ما هي الفوائد التربوية التي ممكن أن أستقرئها من كتاباته، وبعيدا عن القضايا الفلسفية التي انشغل بها في زمانه. والنقطة الأولى الأهمية، يعني النقطة المهمة جدا بالنسبة لي، هي قبول الإمام الغزالي لتحديات عصره. وهذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية، أن يقبل الإنسان المربي أو يقبل الإنسان التربوي تحدي زمانه، وأن لا يرفض هذا الزمان أو لا يستعلي عن هذا الزمان. فيعني أنا أعتقد وأؤمن بذلك بشكل كبير، أن الفرق بين الإنسان المتزن في فهمه للدين وبين الإنسان المتطرف هي هذه النقطة الجوهرية: كيف أتعامل مع الواقع؟ أقبل هذا الواقع أم أرفض هذا الواقع؟ أقبل الواقع الذي أعيش به وأشعر بواجب التكليف، أم أنني أرفض هذا الواقع وأتعامل مع هذا الواقع من باب التدمير وكذا. وهذه يعني والإقصاء، وهذه نقطة نعيشها في ألمانيا بشكل كبير جدا. فتجد إلى الآن جاليات كبيرة يعني لم تفتح الباب للتعامل مع الآخر من عدة أسباب. النقطة الثانية المهمة يعني طبعا ضبط المصطلحات. ونحن عندنا في هذا العالم الرقمي والإنترنت وكذا، أنا تصورت بعض الأحيان الإمام الغزالي يجلس على الإنترنت هكذا ويعمل ريسيرش، يعني فكيف ستكون ردة فعلي؟ يعني ما الذي سيحصل إذا فتح الإنترنت الإمام الغزالي بعظمته يعني؟ فأتوقع أنه لابد أن يبحث عن المصطلحات، يعني لابد أن نضبط هذه المسألة. وأتوقع أنها جزء من التكوين الشرعي، وأيضا جزء من التكوين التعليمي الديني في المدارس، أن تضبط هذه المصطلحات. وبعض الأحيان نحن يعني طبعا نقاشات المصطلحات لا تنتهي، ولكن هنا أيضا مهارة لابد من تقديمها للناس، وهي اتخاذ القرار. يعني اتخاذ القرار في مصطلح معين، ضبط هذا المصطلح والتعامل به وتنزيله لأرض الواقع، ومن خلال التجربة الميدانية يتضح صحة هذا المصطلح أو غيره. وعندنا حالة من الروتين تعود عليها العقل الإسلامي أو العقل العربي حقيقة. يعني عندما تنظر في تجربة الإمام الغزالي أنه كسر هذا الروتين، وهذه نقطة حقيقة جدا. وحضرتك أظن ذكرت بالأمس قضية المرأة، وأنا حقيقة أعجب جدا بهذا الأمر، لأنه هذه النقاط التي لابد أن نضع أو نشير إليها. وهناك كثير من القضايا الأخرى التي لابد أن نخرج بها عن سياق هذا الروتين، لأننا نتكلم عن تراث، والتراث عادة ما يضبط هذه المصطلحات، وأيضا يعطي نمط معين من التفكير. قضية الحرية في الاختيار مسألة مهمة جدا. فبعيدا عن تصنيف الإمام الغزالي من أهل السنة من غير أهل السنة، معادي كذا كذا، هذه التصنيفات الأيديولوجية التي انتشرت في زماننا، أنا أجد أنه اختار لنفسه طريقا، اختار لنفسه نقاط معينة، وضع نقاط هذه المنهجية واضحة، كما قال الله سبحانه وتعالى في موضع آخر: فمن شاء فليؤمن ومن شاء فليكفر. هذه قضية في غاية الأهمية. المهم في هذا الأسلوب النقدي البناء أنه اتضحت معالمه. ثم يعني قضية العلاقة المهمة جدا بين الموقف الأخلاقي والموقف النقدي، هذه سأشير لها بعد ذلك مرة أخرى. وفكرة المراجعة، يعني فكرة التقويم والمراجعة مراعاة للوقت. أن نسأل سؤال آخر، يعني متى نصف تفكير معين بأنه نقدي؟ لعله يعني كثرت في الأذهان الصور بأنه يعني شيء سلبي أن تقول أنه هناك تفكير نقدي، أو الإنسان الناقد هو الإنسان المتذمر، هو الإنسان الذي لا يعجبه الواقع، ودائما الإنسان المتنمر. ولكن في حقيقة الأمر يعني تشير التعريفات والمصطلحات هي حالة يعني احنا بالألمانيا نقول Zustand، يعني هي حالة من الروية في اتخاذ القرار، حالة من الروية في إصدار الحكم، حالة من الروية في التعامل مع المادة، حالة من الروية والتأني في التعامل مع هذه القضايا الصعبة. تعرفون هذه الظاهرة أن هناك قضايا معقدة تطرح على الأمة، ويأتي إنسان في مقطع من الفيديو 15 دقيقة أو أقل من ذلك، ويعني يبت في قضايا تناقشها الأمة منذ مئات السنين. هذه الظاهرة يعني منتشرة عندنا في أوروبا، وخصوصا مع الشباب الذي يتعامل مع هذه المادة الإعلامية الموجودة فيما يسمى، أنا لا أعترف بهذا المسمى، يسمى بالسوشيال ميديا. مصطلح النقد إذا وقفنا عنده فهو مهارة، هي مهارة حقيقة يستحق أن يقف عليها الإنسان مرة أخرى. وأعود هنا إلى إشارة أنه يعني تجربة تعليم الدين الإسلامي أو تعليم الدين الإسلامي في أوروبا هي دمج لمادة التربية الإسلامية في السياق العام التربوي. يعني لا نفصل الإنسان أو الطالب عن السياق العام للتعليم ونقوم معه فقط بتربية دينية، إنما ندمج الدين الإسلامي، تربية الدين الإسلامي في السياق العام التربوي والتعليمي. وهذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية أن نقف على فكرة النقد باعتباره يعني فن من الفنون، كما يوضح ذلك الإمام الغزالي. كلمة فن صراحة تعجبني، لأنها بالفعل تحتاج إلى ممارسة وإلى تطوير، وليس فقط مسألة رياضية تحفظ أو مسألة فقهية تحفظ وتسمع. وهو فن التمييز والتبيان والتبصر، وهي حالة من الحذر الذهني لابد أن نكون بدرجة عالية من الوعي. وأظن أن في زماننا هذا، وخصوصا التحديات الرقمية الموجودة أو في زمن الانفتاح والتعددية، قضية الوعي هي من الأساسيات التي لابد للتربية أن تهتم بالتركيز عليها. وكما أشار ابن القيم الجوزية، يعجبني هذا اللفظ، حالة اليقظة الذهنية التي تحفظ الإنسان من حالة الغفلة. وأشير أيضا إلى أن فكرة النقد هو أيضا يعني لها بعد روحاني، وهو قضية الحياء من الله سبحانه وتعالى. نشير إشارة إلى الحديث المشهور: استحيوا من الله حق الحياء. قالوا وكيف؟ فقال: أن تحفظ الرأس وما وعى. هذه حتى مهمة جدا، هذا الرأس، هذه الملكة، هذا العقل الذي أشار إليه أيضا الإمام الغزالي رحمة الله عليه في مقاصده، ومن المقاصد الأساسية للشريعة الإسلامية حفظ العقل. نتكلم هنا طبعا عن المسألة الفطرية. مراعاة للوقت اسمحوا لي يعني أن أقفز عن هذه الشريحة والتالية، إنما أنا أحب أن أشير إلى النقطة أنه يعني هناك حق للفرد أيضا في الاستقلالية واتخاذ القرار، وهذه نقطة يعني في ألمانيا أو في السياق الأوروبي يعني تقدر بشكل كبير ويدافع عنها بكل الأساليب القانونية. وأيضا يعني هي حفظ للعقل، فكرة النقد حفظ للعقل من أسلوب الخرافة وأسلوب الأيديولوجي المنتشر، وخصوصا في التعامل مع المادة الشرعية. بالنسبة للفكرة التربوية، أقول الآن مسألة المهارة هي إحنا نتبنى نظرة الطفل أو الناشئ للوجود. يعني هذه نقطة لابد أن يتدرب عليها الإنسان المربي فترة طويلة، أن نحن لا ننظر إلى العالم من نظرتنا نحن، إنما حتى لو نظرنا إلى الطفل وهو ينظر بحجمه فهو ينظر إلى العالم منظار آخر. فتبني هذه النظرة مسألة في غاية الأهمية لصياغة وتأصيل الفكر التربوي. ونحن نلحظ هذا الأمر في الفطرة، وكثرة الأسئلة التي تطرح علينا يطرحها علينا الأطفال. غالبا لا نجد أسئلة لهذا الأمر، لهذه الأسئلة، إنما هو المقصود هو طرح السؤال بحد ذاته، لأنها حاجة وضرورة في النفس الإنسانية. مهم جدا في ملاحظة الفكر النقدي أننا لا نعقد الأمور، إنما نسير بالأمور المعقدة إلى منهج التبسيط. وهذه النقلة في الفكرة أو تغيير البرسبكتيف، وجهة النظر، في غاية الأهمية لفهم هذا الأمر. طيب، يعني مراعاة أيضا للوقت أنتقل لتجربة فقط من خلال كيف نطبق هذه المادة على تراثنا. فمثلا نتناول في حصص التربية الإسلامية موقف من مواقف السيرة النبوية الشريفة، وأشير فقط إلى موقف واحد. الآن نحن بصدد التعامل مع المادة الدينية. موقف الصحابي الجليل سعد بن عبادة الأنصاري رضي الله عنه في سياق معركة حنين. الفكرة يعني كما تعرفون، أشير فقط إشارة إلى هذا المشهد، أنا أعتبره مشهد يعني رهيب، ألا ينظر إليه فقط من باب يعني أنه هذه معلومة وانتهت، إنما نحن نريد أن يتفاعل الناشئ مع هذه المعلومة ويفكر بتفكير نقدي. وأمامنا هنا النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم الذي تعامل مع هذه الحادثة، أن يأتي إنسان وهناك شائعات كثيرة تقول بأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يعني لم يعد يقدر جهد الأنصار إلى غير ذلك يعني من الأمور. فهذه مسألة حقيقة تحتاج إلى وقفة، وهذه يعني هذه الطريقة يعني تعليقات على هذا الموقف، إلى أنه كيف نتناول تعليميا مثل هذه المواقف ونفتح الحوار مع شخصية النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، ليس بقصد كما قلت في البداية يعني أنه فقط تتقمص شخصية النبي لأنه هناك فارق زمني كبير، إنما ما هي المهارات، وهي النقطة الأساسية، النظرة الديداكتيكية لمثل هذه المواد التربوية التي بين يدينا. فنحن نتكلم عن مهارات مختلفة، ولكل مهارة أسلوب معين في تطويرها، ولكل مهارة يعني أسلوب معين في أو مادة معينة في تفعيلها. أنا جمعت هذه وسأختم بآن. يعني I'm already done. يعني أنا حاولت أضع هذه المعاني كلها في تصور عام منهجي كما قلت، لأن أنا حريص على نقل هذه التجربة الإسلامية إلى نموذج ديداكتيكي يعني أتعامل معه في المدرسة بشكل عام. فأنا قلت مسألة النظر ومسألة التفاعل، يعني نحن في عالم أو نظرتنا للعالم أول شيء عالم خاص وعالم اجتماعي، والمهم جدا عندي هي التجربة الشخصية. وقوف المشهد الذي ذكرته عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم هو تجربة شخصية بأني لا أقبل، أو هناك شائعات أو هناك مشكلة لابد من معالجتها. ويعني بين عالمي الخاص والعالم الاجتماعي هناك مجال للتجربة الشخصية، وهذا الشيء الذي حرصنا بشكل كبير أن نقدمه لهذا الجيل، أن يعيش التجربة الدينية وليس فقط أن يحفظ المادة الشرعية، وهذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية. يعني هذا المركب أنا حاولت أن يعني سيشرح إذا كان في نصيب في الورقة العلمية إن شاء الله ربما المطبوعة، ولكن فقط من باب ذكر الأمر بشكل موجز، ومعذرة على الإطالة، وجزاكم الله خيرا على حسن استماعكم، ولكم جزيل الشكر. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. We will have plenty of time, inshallah, for the discussion part. Now I ask our last presenter, Furkan Şentürk, to give his contribution on Ghazali's multiplex perspective on learning environment.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين أما بعد. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I thank the organizers of this symposium for the invitation and the opportunity to present to such an esteemed audience. اعلم يا سلطان العالم ملك الشرق والغرب أن لله عليك نعما ظاهرة وآلاء متكاثرة يجب عليك شكرها ويتعين عليك إذاعتها ونشرها. ومن لم يشكر نعم الله جل ثناؤه تقدست أسماؤه فقد عرض تلك النعمة للزوال وخجل من تقصيره يوم القيامة. You should understand, O King of the East and the West, that God on high has bestowed upon you abundant prosperity and that you are obliged and bound to be thankful for it. If a person is not thankful for Almighty God's gifts, those gifts will be cut off from him, and at the resurrection he will suffer shame and disgrace for his offense. These are the opening remarks of Hujjatul Islam, Imam Al-Ghazali's Nasihatul Muluk. In this presentation, I will delve into this unlikely source to glean insights into a facet of Al-Ghazali's educational philosophy. The source at hand, Nasihatul Muluk, is a treatise belonging to the Mirror for Princes genre. My primary focus in this presentation will be the treatise's introduction, which is more directly and practically pedagogical. Although the political and moral philosophy expounded by Al-Ghazali in this treatise undoubtedly holds significant implications for any Islamic educational theory, that will not be my focus in this presentation. In the introduction of Nasihatul Muluk, Al-Ghazali's counsel revolves around establishing parameters and practices aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of subsequent advice within the treatise. The overarching objective is to facilitate the intellectual and moral transformation of the individual. Hence, Imam Ghazali's aim in the introduction of Nasihatul Muluk is to optimize the efficacy of his teaching endeavors, rendering it a direct and practical aspect of pedagogy. A careful examination of this counsel unveils Imam Ghazali's principles for ensuring the maximum effectiveness of education by placing it within a multiplex environment. This environment stands apart from the settings of everyday life, yet remains intricately connected to life's broader purposes and more specifically the objectives of education. To this effect, Imam Ghazali employs two intertwined strategies: differentiation and integration. My presentation will explore these two strategies from the introduction of Nasihatul Muluk. With the insights provided by these two strategies, I will argue that the learning environment and the learning activity must be considered as constituting a whole where each plays a vital role. Before I begin, allow me to provide some brief insights into the nature of the treatise I will be examining. Imam Ghazali dedicated this treatise, Nasihatul Muluk, to the late 11th and early 12th century Seljuk Sultan Muhammad Tapar I, who was the fourth Seljuk Sultan and the son of the renowned Sultan Melik Shah. Although the exact date of its composition remains unknown, historical sources suggest that Ghazali penned this treatise later in his life, subsequent to his authorship of major works such as Ihya Ulumuddin and Kimya-i Sa'adat. The treatise consists of 7 chapters. It delves into various political and social themes, including rulership, vizierhood, and familial matters. It is noteworthy that the treatise was initially written in Farsi, but later translated into Arabic by one of Ghazali's students, Saifuddin Mubarak ibn Mawhub al-Arbili, bearing the title At-Tibr al-Masbuk fi Nasihatil Muluk wal-Wuzara wal-Umara. Interestingly, this Arabic rendition gained more prominence than the original Farsi text. Furthermore, in 1964, F.R.C. Bagley translated the treatise into English under the title Ghazali's Book of Counsel for Kings. For the purpose of this presentation, I will narrow my focus to a pivotal yet concise section of it, focusing only on the introduction. Despite its brevity, this introduction holds significant importance within the broader context of the treatise, which is otherwise extensive in scope and depth. Although this treatise is specifically directed towards the ruler of its era, I contend that the pedagogical insights it provides can be extrapolated to cater to contemporary needs across various educational contexts. The advice provided does not inherently preclude such generalization, as I aim to demonstrate through a thorough examination of its contents. Imam Ghazali commences this treatise with the words, "Know, O ruler of the world, i'lam ya sultan al-alam," setting the tone for his guidance. He reminds the ruler of the abundant blessings bestowed upon him by God, emphasizing the fragility of these blessings, if not for his constant remembrance and gratitude. Foremost among these blessings is the gift of Iman, a divine guidance towards correct belief. Ghazali eloquently likens this faith to the roots of a tree from which sprout the branches of righteous action. He proceeds to outline his advice aimed at nurturing this tree of faith and action. These initial remarks define the general framework of life and, in extension, all educational activity, as I will explore further in my presentation. His counsel includes dedicating one day each week, specifically Friday, Jum'ah, to worship and learning. He suggests fasting on this day, rising early, performing the full ritual ablution, ghusl, donning clean and permissible attire, and joining the congregation for the morning prayer. Furthermore, he advises refraining from speech, practicing silence, and facing the Qibla until the sun has fully risen. Additionally, Ghazali recommends the use of prayer beads and engaging in dhikr, which is meditative remembrance of God, reciting the affirmation of faith, La ilaha illallah Muhammadun Rasulullah. There is no God but God, Muhammad is the messenger of God, 1,000 times. Of utmost significance, amidst these acts of worship, Ghazali advises the ruler to have this treatise, Nasihatul Muluk, read aloud to him for his memorization. Finally, he encourages the ruler to perform the optional duha prayer, send blessings upon the Prophet, and engage in acts of charity. In my analysis, I will examine the act of reading Nasihatul Muluk as the learning activity, while considering the remainder of Imam Ghazali's advice as constituting the learning environment. However, as I will explore, such a neat distinction between learning and its environment can also be problematized. One might question why the bulk of Ghazali's counsel revolves around acts of worship, such as prayer and dhikr, rather than recommending note-taking or memorization techniques which we are often familiar with. To address these questions, it is crucial to view these acts of worship in conjunction with the selection of special times, places, and attire, all of which contribute to the success of Ghazali's intended outcome, the moral transformation of the student subject, who happens to be the Seljuk Sultan. I argue that Ghazali's emphasis on these acts of worship, along with the creation of special settings, reflects his endeavor to establish a conducive learning environment tailored to the subject at hand. For this purpose, Ghazali employs two intertwined strategies. The first of these strategies that I will explore in my presentation is what I am calling differentiation. What I mean by the strategy of differentiation is the delineation of aspects of human experience from each other and life in general. The practical effect of differentiation is to facilitate more specialized and hence effective practices. The process of differentiation is evident in Ghazali's counsel to the ruler to designate Friday for an exclusive purpose. This deliberate choice serves to underscore the significance of this day as distinct from the ordinary flow of time. Furthermore, Ghazali emphasizes the importance of fasting, which is unparalleled in its ability to delineate time, as Muslims are reminded annually during Ramadan, and which we hope to experience in the coming weeks. Additionally, Ghazali's recommendation to perform the full ritual ablution, ghusl, and don special attire serves to inscribe this differentiation on the body itself. These practices imbue the individual with a sense of sacredness and separation from the mundane, constituting an essential technique of differentiation. Moreover, engaging in acts of worship, such as prayer and dhikr, cultivates a unique mental state, further enhancing the transformative potential of the learning environment. Within this differentiated environment, the learning activity is more likely to fulfill its objective of moral transformation. Ghazali's prescriptions work together to create a differentiated learning environment. In turn, this differentiated learning environment works more synergistically with the purposes of education, fostering an atmosphere conducive to spiritual growth and moral development. Now, I wish to discuss the second strategy Imam Ghazali employs, which is to create the ideal environment, and it is called integration. It's imperative to recognize that differentiation in Ghazali's approach is not for the sake of itself. Differentiation must also be integrated into a holistic logic. It's essential to ensure that the means employed align harmoniously with the desired ends of education for this differentiation to be effective. Otherwise, differentiation can become a dangerous path towards fragmentation and eventually alienation. The way Ghazali integrates education into its environment and the environment into the general ends of life is through the paradigm of worship. As the excerpt I shared in the beginning of my presentation reveals, for Imam Ghazali, the purpose of education is to enable his student, the ruler, to complete his duty of gratitude towards God. Although we might assume that the ruler has more blessings to be thankful for, this duty falls upon every Muslim and is one aspect of how Islam frames life. Within this ultimate framing, the multiplex learning environment takes the shape of the temporal, spiritual, and mental settings I discussed previously. The learning, which is a type of knowledge that leads to the expression of gratitude, is then integrated into this environment. Here, we observe that the learning activity is nested inside the environment, which is nested inside the ultimate framing of worship. Integration becomes an integral part of the logic of deen and ceases to be merely functional. In this context, the multiplex and enriching environment cannot be treated as a mere formal backdrop where any form of learning can be inserted arbitrarily. Or put differently, the learning activity cannot accept just any environment. The richness and effectiveness of the environment, as exemplified by Ghazali's teachings in Nasihatul Muluk, must resonate with the substance of learning itself. Ghazali's teachings in this treatise underscore the ruler's obligation to express gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon him by God. This is reflected in the first sentence that follows the introduction. You should understand, O king, that you are created, that you have a creator, who is the creator of the entire universe and all that is within that universe. اعلم أيها السلطان أنك مخلوق ولك خالق وهو خالق العالم وجميع ما في العالم. In conclusion, Imam Ghazali's teachings offer valuable insights into the creation of effective learning environments, revealing two interconnected consequences for our understanding. Firstly, it is advisable to establish learning environments that diverge from the routine flow of life, infusing learning with a heightened sense of purpose and enhancing its prospects for success. Secondly, we must recognize the intrinsic link between learning and its surrounding environment, ensuring they are integrated together to support the intended type of learning. Ghazali achieves the first objective of differentiation by recommending practices such as fasting, maintaining ritual purity, engaging in silent contemplation, and meditative remembrance of God. These practices collectively construct a multiplex learning environment that transcends the mundane aspects of life. The second consequence, integration, stems from the overarching principle of worship as a central tenet of the Islamic worldview. Here, the purpose of learning and the practices comprising the multiplex environment converge in their orientation towards God. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, reinforcing the transformative potential of the learning activity. Attempts at creating Islamic learning environments that focus on the environment exclusively without considering how it and the learning activity integrate or don't integrate into each other do not produce the desired effect. Adorning an Islamic school with Islamic aesthetic elements, such as architecture and calligraphy, or giving it an Islamic name by itself cannot have the positively reinforcing role we want them to have if the content of the education is not made harmonious with this environment. Not considering the multiple dimensions of environment, as Ghazali does through the examples I have provided, could be another shortcoming of such approaches. In this sense, I wish to stress once more that the problem of environment is integral to the question of education, and the question of environment and the question of the content of the education must not be separated. In essence, Ghazali's teachings underscore the importance of both differentiation and integration in education. By incorporating these principles, educators can cultivate multiplex environments conducive to holistic growth and spiritual development in their classrooms, schools, and other contexts. Thank you for listening. And this is called pseudo-Kufic inscription. This is from a church in Spain, which it looks like calligraphy, but in fact it is gibberish. It does not mean anything. So the Christian rulers of the period were so impressed by this Kufic calligraphy, they implemented it, but it is on the walls of a church. And I am sharing this image to underline my point about context and content necessarily being intertwined with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ustaz Şentürk, Furkan, for the excellent time management. I have to say this. Yeah, now the floor is open for your questions. We have plenty of time, nearly 35 minutes, and I invite you now to raise your questions. And I ask you please to address your questions if it is so, or to raise your comments. Yeah, please, maybe we take 1, 2, 3 questions first.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أنا أحمد محمد سالم، باحث موريتاني في العلوم الاجتماعية. سؤالي للدكتور طارق. كلنا نعرف المكان اللي يحتلها المنطق في نظام الغزالي. حضرتك ذكرت أنه الغزالي يعتبر أنه المنطق فطري، أنه نابع من الفطرة. ولكن قبل الغزالي وبعده كانت القضية مثار نقاش كبير، ليس فقط من قبل الفقهاء ولكن من قبل المناطق المسلمين وحتى النحاة. نذكر مثلا المناظرة الشهيرة التي وقعت بين أبي سعيد الصرافي ومتى بن يونس، وقد دافع الصرافي عن قضية أن المنطق الأرسطي ليس فطريا، أنه يرتبط بالبيئة اليونانية، وأن اللغة العربية لديها منطقها الخاص، وهو يختلف عن المنطق الأرسطي الذي يعتمد على التجريد، والتجريد ليس فطريا. ونفس القضية أيضا دافع عنها بعد ذلك ابن تيمية، ولكن بشكل أكثر دقة وأكثر قوة. ابن تيمية مثلا هاجم القضية المسلمة المنطقية، أنه لكي نحكم على أي شيء أو نعرفه نحتاج إلى بناء تصور عنه، والتصور يحتاج إلى حد. إذن لا معرفة ممكنة بدون حدود. وابن تيمية هاجم الحد المنطقي باعتبار أنه ينطلق من النوع والخاصية، وأنه ينطلق من الفكرة الكلية باتجاه الجزئي، بينما في الحياة اليومية نحن نبني المعرفة انطلاقا من الجزئيات باتجاه الكلي. إذن سؤالي، هل كان الغزالي فعلا يعتقد أن المنطق الأرسطي فطري، يعني نابع من الفطرة، أم أنه مبني ثقافي مرتبط بالبيئة اليونانية؟ وشكرا.
Thank you. The first question, but we will take the second question.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدي ومولاي محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. يعني أنا سعيدة جدا بهذه الجلسة الجميلة، بجمال اسمك أليف، اسمك جميل جدا أيتها المديرة لهذه الجلسة. وبالفعل يعني الإمام الغزالي في الأول، يعني عندما استمعت إلى الدكتور قائم يعني ربط التعليم بالواقع أو بالتطبيق أو هذا أمر مهم جدا جدا. ولذلك فعلا لو أتينا بفئتين، فئة تعلمت فقط وفئة تعلمت وتدربت أو مارست هذا التعليم، سنجد أن هذه الفئة هي أكثر تميزاً وأكثر يعني العلم أكثر التصاقاً بأذهانها. وهذا ما يعني فعلا ما قام به الإمام الغزالي. الإمام الغزالي حياته كلها تعتبر تطبيق عملي للتعليم أو للتربية. وهذا طبعا دائما أنا أقول الصوفية بصفة عامة والأئمة التصوف بصفة عامة هكذا، ولكن الإمام الغزالي فعلا طبقه تطبيق يعني عملي، وبذلك يكون يعني هذا التطبيق أكثر ثباتا في ذهن المتعلم. يعني ليس فقط الصغير، طبعا الصغير من باب أولى أو الطفل، ولكن حتى الكبير. الآن عندما أنت يعني مارست أمامنا هذه الممارسة بالعصا، هذا يعتبر نوع من أنواع التعليم الذي يثبت في ذهن المتعلم، وهو تهذيب كما تقول. والدكتور طارق تحدث عن التفكير النقدي، وطبعا كما قلت لك بأن يعني وأنتم تعلمون بأن الإمام الغزالي فعلا طبق هذا، بأنه درس، وصل هو إلى درجة الشك المنهجي، ما نسميه بالشك المنهجي وليس الشك المطلق، وإنما أراد الوصول إلى الحقيقة، فكان يبحث عن الحقيقة أو التي يعني تروي ظمأه أو ظمأ نفسه، فحاول أن يدرس علوم علم الكلام، فقال بأن مقاصد علماء الكلام يفي بمقصودهم ولا يفي بمقصودي، بما معناه أنه هو جيد، ولكنه طبعا هو دفاع عن العقيدة وجيد، ولكنه لم يرويني هذا العلم. ثم درس الباطنية كما قلنا، ويعني كتب كتابه فضائح الباطنية، ثم بعد ذلك درس الفلسفة وكتب فيها تهافت الفلاسفة وما إلى ذلك، ثم بعد ذلك عندما وصل إلى درجة التصوف وقرأه، ثم قال بأن هذا الطريق علم وعمل. هذا هو يعني التطبيق يعني العملي لهذا العلم، هذا هو فعلا، هذه هي الحقيقة، وهذا هو المنقذ من الضلال كما يقول، وهذا هو الطريق الصحيح كما يقول. طبعا هذه مشكلة النقد الآن. هناك من يفهم عندما نقول التفكير النقدي، أو يجب أن ندرس أو نعلم أبناءنا على التفكير النقدي، قد يفهم في كثير من الناس قد يفهمون بأن النقد هذا يوجه لثوابت الدين، وهذا فعلا مفهوم خاطئ 100%. ولذلك يقولون لا درب الطالب على أنه ينتقد أو يعني يفكر تفكير نقدي. التفكير النقدي ليس المقصود به ذلك، ولكن كما يعني عرفتموه هو خروج عن الجمود. نعم، هو تفكير فعلا يوصل إلى المعرفة الحقيقية، نعم، وليس تفكير يعني هايم كما نقول. ابننا فاروق شنترك هذا الشبل من ذاك الأسد، فيعني ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن، الشاب الذي يتحدث عن يعني عن علوم الإمام الغزالي طبعا شاب متميز أكيد 100%. ولذلك نصيحة للملوك هي الشجاعة، هي الشجاعة حقيقة، هي خلق عال جدا 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 لا يصل إليه أي أحد، ولكن التعليم على ذلك بأسلوب التعليم الجيد هذا هو المطلوب. وطبعا نشكركم جميعا، ونشكر الدكتور رجب، يعني أنا وأنت في الصدر هنا جالسين. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا علي.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for their presentations. I have a question for Furqan. It was a very strong presentation. My question is, we know that Al-Ghazali wrote different works for different audiences. He wrote some textbooks for his students, saying explicitly, I do this because they ask me to write this, and I do this in my spare time, between teaching and working on my own research. Then we have Ihya Ulumuddin. This is clearly something for a more learned audience. You presented Nasihat al-Muluk with a very intriguing approach to see this as a way to dedicate Friday explicitly and exclusively to religious devotion and learning. How practical is this for contemporary educational contexts?
Thank you for this question. Let's take the fourth one because we skipped that one, and then we will summarize and give the opportunity to answer.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah khair. It was wonderful, all of your talks. I really appreciated the message of activating knowledge through practice, and you know the comparison to Dr. Qayyum, the comparison to, competing with, social media. This was we had a fun conversation about this yesterday as well. In the reference to the educator being a salesman on top of all of the other things to be engaging and so on and so forth. I guess my question though is then, where do you find the balance between knowledge acquisition or pushing knowledge onto the student with practice? I think, and I know this is going to depend on a lot of different things, but I'm just looking for some advice for the educators out there, especially when doing things like Islamic studies that are normally, pardon the expression, but seen as very boring. Where do you find the balance between let's get these kids to understand this stuff, or let's get these students to understand this stuff, with, okay, let's just give them little tidbits of information and let them practice a whole lot so that we can make sure that they, number one, understand it, but number two, are engaged with it as well. So what advice would you give to educators?
Yes, thank you very much. I open the floor. If you want, we can go one by one. I think the first one raised to you, Dr. Tariq. It was about Aristotle and his how Ghazali perceived Aristotle's contextualizing about Futra and questioned his pre-assumptions.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. جزاكم الله خير على هذا السؤال. مما أدهشني أنا أركز على القراءة التربوية كما ذكرت. يعني لن أخوض في المباحث الفلسفية هذه، إنما مما لفت نظري في تقديم المستصفى أنه حقيقة نظر إلى الأمر نظرة إسلامية داخلية، وهذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية بالنسبة لي لقراءة تراثنا. فهو يرد على بعض الفرق إن صح التعبير الإسلامية وحدد موقفه. هذا المطلب الذي أريده، أنه حدد موقفه، وخصوصا في مسألة التحسين والتقبيح، وقال هذا موقفي. وهذا بالنسبة لي هو المطلب حد ذاته التربوي. نحن في زماننا هذا هناك نقاشات لا نهاية لها، كما تفضل الأستاذ. إذا فتحنا هذا الباب على الطلاب وعلى الناشئين حقيقة نشتت أذهانهم. يعني هناك أسئلة خاصة بالمتخصصين وهناك أسئلة خاصة بالنشء، وهذا التركيب المنهجي أو الترتيب المنهجي لابد من مراعاته في هذا الأمر. يعني اعتمدت أو أؤكد على هذه النقطة، أنه ذكر مسألة التحسين والتقبيح بأن مردها إلى الشرع. هذه نقطة في غاية الأهمية. وهنا يشير إلى قضية، يعني إحنا نسأل أنفسنا، نقول من كرامة الله سبحانه وتعالى أو تكريم الله سبحانه وتعالى للإنسان هبة العقل، ومن تكريم الله سبحانه وتعالى للإنسان أنه صبغه بهذه الصبغة، صبغة الفطرة. وهنا يطرح سؤال حقيقة، يعني ما وظيفة هذه الفطرة؟ يعني أنا هذا السؤال المهم بالنسبة لنا التربوية، ما وظيفتها؟ يعني هل هي فقط مركب هكذا إضافي، يعني كالزائدة الدودية مثلا ممكن أن تعالج أم كذا، أم لها يعني دور؟ وهذه النقطة التي أشير إليها، أن في حالة يعني كما أشار هو في تجربته العلمية، أن حدد حدود العقل. يعني متى، هذه مسألة التجريد التي ذكرت، متى تنتهي؟ إذا دخلنا في القضايا الإلهيات أو الألوهية. فهذه منهجية واضحة جدا، أن حتى نأتي الآن مع الناس مع النشء والتي اختلطت عليهم الأسئلة، ونضع يعني نصنف المسائل ما يمكن أن يعني يعالج بالفكر بالعقل، الفكر اللي هو العقل المنطقي. وهناك قضايا لابد أن تنتقل من حالة التفكير المنطقي العقلي إلى التفكير من نوع آخر. وهذه حتى الدراسات المعاصرة في أوروبا انتبهت لهذه النقطة. فنحن نقرأ العالم تربويا بأربع قراءات. يعني النقاش الحديث حول نقد الدين كما تفضلت يعني وارد موجود عندنا بشكل كبير. فنحن نقرأ العالم بأربع قراءات: قراءة رياضية، هندسية، تقنية، ونقرأ العالم بقراءة روحية، فنية، ثقافية، أدبية، ونقرأ العالم بقراءة اجتماعية، سوسيولوجية، إدارية، اقتصادية، ونقرأ العالم بقراءة أخرى وهي المهمة بالنسبة لي، هي الفلسفية، أخلاقية، دينية. فنركز على هذا المبحث. أنا قصدي من العرض أن احنا نترجم تجربة الإمام الغزالي كنوع من العلوم التوجيهية أنا أسميها، يعني نوجه الناشئ للتعامل مع هذه المادة، لأنها حقيقة في عصر الانفتاح اختلطت الأمور على كثير من العقول يعني. وأتمنى أن أكون أجبت على سؤالك بهذه الطريقة بعيدا عن النقاش الآخر، لأنه عرضه في مواقع أخرى، ويعني على حد فهمي أنه يعني لا يتبنى المنطق الأرسطي، بالعكس يعني هو حدد موقفه بالنسبة للمصطلحات الإسلامية ورد الأمر إلى الفطرة. يعني سأجيب مرة أخرى إن شاء الله أو من بعد على سؤال حضرتك، ولكن
you can catch up with the question and give your part of view on his.
It's a very important question. It's okay to talk in Arabic for you. تفضل. بسم الله. نعم، هذه نقطة يعني ذكرتها حضرتك في غاية الأهمية، وهي حقيقة نحن يعني كيف نفعل هذا الأمر. هو السؤال كيف نعرض المادة الدينية ومن يحدد هذه المضامين. أنا أركز على هذه الأسئلة الثلاثة. أنا قلت أنه سؤال الواقع مهم جدا، وسؤال العلاقة بيني وبين الجيل، فإذا ما في علاقة تربوية علاقة تكوينية فتصبح عملية فقط نقل المعلومة. أوكي. والنقطة الثالثة هي سؤال الكيف، يعني كيف نوجه هذه المعلومة، وهي المهارات يعني. فهي السؤال يعني بالدرجة الأولى هو يعني المعلم هل نقل المعلومة واكتفى؟ كما عرضت أنا مثال بسيط جدا من السيرة النبوية، وهذه حقيقة بالنسبة لنا في أوروبا موضوع مهم جدا أن يرتبط هذا الجيل بشخص النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، وهو المعلم الأول وهو المعلم الأكبر وهو القدوة. ولكن أنا أشبهها بصفة يعني اعتراضا مني حقيقة على هذا التوجه يعني الذي يعتمد على الظاهر بشكل كبير، أننا لا أقول تهرب من الواقع حتى تأتي إلى النبي، ولكن نأتي بالنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إلى أوروبا. وهذه تحتاج إلى تقنيات، يعني بالدرجة الأولى تقنية الحوار، يعني تكون الحصة هي عبارة عن حوار. فكرة الاكتشاف التي ذكرتنا هذه، يعني مبدأ الاكتشاف هذا نحن عادة نستعجل في توصيل المعلومة لأننا نعرف، ولكن نحرم الطفل من حق الاكتشاف، وهذه مرحلة لابد أن نراعيها في المسألة التربوية. والنقطة الثالثة اللي أنا ذكرتها يعني بشكل سريع هو اعتماد حاجيات التربوية، ومن ضمن هذه الحاجيات حاجية طرح السؤال. ضرورة أن أفتح المجال لطرح السؤال حتى ولو لم يكن مناسب، وفي نفس الوقت ضرورة إعطاء جواب، وهنا فيها تفصيل كيف طبيعة هذا الجواب. والله المستعان.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the second question, Dr. Qayyim, was about how to break the practice down. As
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very big question, and it kind of applies to all revivalist kind of projects. When you ask the exclusion of the exclusivity of Friday and how viable are these today, I think this goes into the question of the technical aspect. Because when we're reading, for example, Imam Ghazali's principles and approach towards education, oftentimes these refer a very different technical arrangement. For example, there is no mass education. National education is not a question. The quantity-wise, there are big differences. So when we try to read these, the relationship between the sheikh and the teacher and the murid or so forth, and we try to apply them in modern education context, we run into this barrier of technical translation. We have to translate over this technical barrier, which is a huge challenge. And it's not just in education, it's in all domains that when we try to root our practice, that we run into this technical problem of the maybe quantitative in like enlargement of everything. But I believe that the points I tried to draw from Nasihatul Muluk about the creation of differentiation and so forth, I feel that these specifically are not that limited by this technical challenge. I think maybe fasting, for example, or having days that are special is something that can be more easily implemented even at these scales and at these technical, even beyond these technical challenges. But the general point I want to kind of make, which is wider, and I didn't include it in the presentation because I wanted to be more focused, is that when we speak about education, we can speak about it in these theoretical, moral, wider frames, and subsume it as if educational questions are moral questions. And they are moral questions, but if we fully subsume them under moral questions, then it makes it impossible to respond to technical questions, because everything is a moral question anyways. But I believe that when by invoking differentiation and integration at the same time, we can leave the domain open for technical expertise, which is maybe beyond, a little removed from questions of what to do, and rather how to do it. So I think these questions of, for example, creating the environment that is functionally conducive is a question about how to do things. And I think in this regard, Muslims can draw upon a variety of sources. Whereas when it comes to the question of what is the right thing to do, integrating it into the wider worldview of the moral ethical framework, then this is a more constraining domain. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much. And thank you very much also, Ustadha, for your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, please.
Oh, thank you very much for the question. I also think, about the keeping the balance is actually really challenging things. But first of all, my current project is that I'm preparing for the AI dominance. The intelligence, artificial intelligence. Is it like a hot topic in this university as well? I'm not sure because I'm not working here, but I think every Muslim scholar, we have to prepare for this AI, artificial intelligence. Why? Because of course we can also read books, we can write articles, and we can also read a manuscript. But the AI read faster. The AI write longer article, and AI can even very soon in the very near future, AI can articulate the Islamic books much better than any other ordinary Muslim. At least I'm sure they will be better than me in the very near future. But another assumption is that I think this is the old mistake that we did, the teachers fall into, that it's not necessary that, for example, teachers always try to give the 100% information to the students, but students are not the machines. Like, it means that they are not downloading the data and trying to upload in their own systems. Like they require the process to digest these knowledges. I'm also teaching to. Sometimes I use the Al-Ghazali's books. I'm talking about the Ilm al-Akhlaq. I'm talking about sabr. But when I'm talking about sabr, they're sleeping. They're not listening because sometimes it's like very late at night and it's very early morning. And when I'm talking about sabr, and the students say, yes, that's what I'm. Yes, I'm sure that it's not convincing. But one time I tried, just stand up, and there's a famous Chinese martial arts called Xinye Chuan, and there's a training about strengthening the leg like this. And I asked my student to stand for 20 minutes, and it's training. And actually I can do it because I'm in training. And the students started to sweat because it's so challenging. But I told them, now this is the zawq of sabr, taste. Then now you're tasting the sabr. And this is what the AI cannot do. And when we are teaching, for example, the Sharaf al-Aqaid and Nasafiyya, he talked about the method of acquiring the haqiqah, reaching the haqiqah, and he talked about the 5 senses. you know, 5 senses of human body, right? Like the eyesight, listening. But without giving a lecture, when we give a lecture, we are only using the eyesight and the ear. But what about lamas, you know, the touching? What about the taste? And then all these things. Actually, you have to use these 5 senses, you know, to digest the hakika of this world. But right, and now I'm growing up in Japan, and I'm working in Turkey, and also I'm doing some job in Europe and America. And now I'm convinced that this, how can I say, this like logocentrism, I don't know how to describe it. I think this is like a modern Western culture. You know, this is the modern like Western culture, which never exists in Islamic civilization. Because whenever you go in Mamluk period, the Rum Seljuk period, the Ottoman period, so other, you know, or the Islam in China, or Islam in Malay, you know, they always respect like ilm and the amal. Are there any Malay students, Malay Indonesians? With them in Malay Indonesian, they call like a puncak silat. It's like a traditional martial arts which is practiced in the madrasa. And in the China, there was also the Chinese Muslim martial arts. And in the Mamluk, these famous martial arts called Mamluk Lancer, you know, Muzrak, you know, lance, spear. And there is a famous scholar called Ibn Qayyim Jawziyah, I'm sure they've read this, but the Ibn Qayyim Jawziyah, you know, he authored the book about the Furusiyah. The Furusiyah means horsemanship. It is a practical side of Futuwa. So I don't know, is there any like a decision-making university, but I strongly recommend to build like center of the Furusiyah studies. You know, center of Furusiyah studies, like not just narrating about it in Futuwa, but we need to revive, you know, what the Muslims were practicing to digest the concept of Futuwa. For example, like there is, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, but I just there was the book about the archery, which is authored in the medieval Islamic civilization. And there was an introduction that why the Muslims have to engage in archery, you know, Rama, ilm Rama. And they said that, so this in archery, the art of archery was taught by the Jibreel, you know, this kind of legendary narrative, to the Adam, alayhi salam. And, you know, the Jibreel, you know, gave, you know, Adam, you know, like a ball, and also, how do you call it? Arrow, you know, bow and arrow. And the Jibreel tried to teach him how to use the arrow. And the Prophet Adam, that he wrote the arrow and tried to hit the target, but he made a mistake, that it won't work. And the Jibreel smiled. And the Prophet Adam got so upset that why you're smiling? That I made a mistake. And Jibreel answered that if you never made a mistake, that you become like a master of the archery immediately, then the son of Adam, you know, human being, will never try to study something from the very beginning. I mean, the human being will never engage in training. Like, since you, in the very first of human being, made a mistake, that's why the human being were protected from the calamity of the endless cycle of killing. And that is written in the introduction of the book of the archery. It's so cool. Don't you think so? It's so summarized thing to say. I mean, like, for example, now you know, many Muslim like teachers or even youngsters, they think that all the cool things that come from the East Asia, you know, Japan, like ninja stuff and samurai and something. It's wrong. That the coolest thing that exists in the Islamic civilization. Just read the book of archery, which is wrote by a Muslim like a scholar. That they taught exactly the same thing. Or I mean, even in my view, they articulate much better than like a non-Muslim samurai. And also the books about which are also by Islam. So that's why I'm saying that that why we are so dependent on like a non-Islamic culture, a non-Islamic education system, a non-Islamic, you know, the whole thing, because we are not in Arabic like a ta'ammuk. It's like we are not like diving into like in our tradition like much enough, and in and another in the book of wrestling. So this wrestling, you know, musara was also practiced by, you know, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and also the Sahabas. And there was one, the non-believer, that he would never convinced by the argument by the Prophet. And in the end, the Prophet, proposed him that let's wrestle, let's do wrestling, and I'm gonna prove myself. And he beat him like more than 3 times, and then this like non-believer, okay, now, yes, you're Rasulullah. And later in the other riwayah, he said that when we are wrestling with the Prophet, that he felt that as if this power is not come from a human being. This power that he's become kind of like a tool of the power of a kind of like a divine. So in the Ottoman tradition, they interpret this tradition that actually, so the wrestling is the method to learn the hichlik. Hichlik means nothingness. It means like that when we're wrestling is not like a bodybuilding, like you're not showing like your muscles or you're showing the masculinity. Actually, it's through the wrestling that you will learn that you are just like a tool of Allah. That if you are really like in there doing the tawakkul, then Allah gave you the power. And actually, this is also related to the topics of ilm al-kalam as well. About jizu al-ikhtiyari. So even if the human has the agency or not. So what I want to say is that this is not like exotic like Kung Fu Panda like a thing. Like this is like the 1,000 year of tradition, and every like Muslim community they have their own method of digesting their own experiences. So this is why. So this is why. So this is how Muslim scholars they keep the balance. This using this method itself is actually keeping the mizan of the education. Yes. Do you have any question? Okay.
Thank you very much for our speakers. We nearly punctually are going to close. I invite you to take the coffee break, asking your questions, etc. By the way, we will have a contribution on IE anyway, so yeah, we are looking much forward to see how we can again maybe arise the cultural engagement of the teacher, master, and the students, because this is going to be more and more important in times of AI. Jazakumullahu khair. Thank you.
We have
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We welcome Her Highness Sheikh Moza bint Nasser, Chairperson of Qatar Foundation. We will now start the 5th academic session entitled Ethics in Education, which will be moderated by Dr. Issam Aido. He will be joined by Dr. Mariam Atiyah, Dr. Zainab Serdar Chilengir, and Zehra Vlug Anver. Please welcome them to the front of the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين. So we are on the session 5, and the title for this session, Ethics and Education. And we have 3 panelists. The first one, Mariam Atiyah and Muhammad Omar Farouk. So Mariam Atiyah will present on behalf on Muhammad Omar Farouk. And on the Ghazalian perspective on the Neoliberal Academy. And then we have Zainab Serdar Chilingir, the pursuit of happiness, a possible solution from Al-Ghazali to the problem of neoliberal happiness. And then finally with Zahra Vlug Anver on both Deen and Dunya, reviving the moral in modern education through Ghazalian ethics. So we stick to 15 minutes, and just to give more time for question in the end. So I just ask each panelist to stick this to 15 minutes. I'm sorry to do that. So I'll just maybe give you some reminders, maybe at 12 or 30 minutes, to just like to remind you that we have maybe 2 minutes. So we'll start with Mariam Atiyah again on Ghazalian perspective on the Neoliberal Academy. Please join me. Welcome Mariam Atiyah to the podium.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and special welcome to Her Excellence. It's my great pleasure to be with you this morning to talk about our presentation, Ghazalian Perspectives on the Neoliberal Academy. This is a piece of research that I've been working on with my colleague Muhammad Omar Farouk, who unfortunately couldn't make it to Qatar on this occasion. We consider this contribution as a small token of gratitude to Imam Al-Ghazali for his immense and remarkable contributions. In other words, a lamsatu wafa, as we might put it. Following our friend, Sebastian Gunter, Al-Ghazali has come to be seen as one of the great architects of classical Islam's educational philosophy and ethics. His pedagogical theories and practices can be discerned from his writings, such as revival of the sciences of religion, Ihya Ulumuddin, Dear Beloved Son, Ayyuha al-Walad, Deliverance from Error, Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, and Criterion of Action, Mizan al-Amal. Al-Ghazali's work is characterized by a divine-centered orientation and also a focus on the purification of the heart. Therefore, we might conclude that the book of intention, sincerity, and truthfulness of Ihya Ulumuddin could be considered the backbone to his educational philosophy. And it is exactly this book that we have analyzed to see how it could respond to the Neoliberal Academy. So, the modern civilization may truly be called a quantitative civilization. And this is merely another way of saying it's a material civilization. This is a quotation by Guénon, the French philosopher, describing the kind of civilization we currently live in. More recently, Henry Giraud mentioned that neoliberalism has become the most dangerous ideology of the current historical moment. So what is neoliberalism? There are various definitions of neoliberalism, not just one, but the one we use in our research is the one by Harvey, where he says that neoliberalism is, in the first instance, a theory of political, economic practices that proposes that human well-being can best be advanced by liberating individual entrepreneurial freedoms and skills within an institutional framework characterized by strong private property rights, free markets, and free trade. So how has neoliberalism then impacted our universities? Present-time higher education institutions and environments have been characterized by rapid change and indeed also increasing challenges. These are reflected in excess accountability demands, heavier academic workloads, relentless competition, increased internationalization, and evident commercialization. This has led to what's also known in the literature as cultures of performativity. So what are these cultures of performativity? These are academic cultures characterized by heavy emphasis on benchmarks, indicators, and reporting. They have resulted in institutions of and context of high pressure and low trust, unfortunately. Cultures of performativity have also resulted in the gradual erosion of the spiritual, the moral, the emotional, and the social. And an example that the literature has documented is that collegiality has been under pressure as one of the most symbolically significant concepts of higher education. So basically, colleagues don't have that much time anymore that they used to have in the past to chat over a cup of tea or in the corridors because everybody is so busy doing things. Similarly, teacher-student relationship has been impacted, and it has become more transactional. That relational aspect is gradually being lost. When it comes to academics, the market-driven ethos has affected us in two main ways. What we do, so a lot of time is spent reporting on what we do rather than doing the work itself, a lot of reports. And the way we perceive ourselves and others, so basically neoliberalism is changing the academic subject. Academics need to learn to impress and to inflate, and unfortunately sometimes to fabricate, to the extent that sometimes they have become so unrecognizable to their own selves. And Stephen Ball has excellent research on this. He mentions that there is for many in higher education a growing sense of ontological insecurity, both a loss of a sense of meaning in what we do and of what is important in what we do. Are we doing things for the right reasons? And how can we know? A lot of this research is coming out from Western universities. However, cultures of performativity are also evident around the globe. And a recent study from Saudi Arabia is showing that it's also impacting Saudi universities, where researchers there feel that it has impacted organizational identity. So basically, academics are torn between this market-driven corporate ethos and by the whole concept of public service. There is a clash within some Saudi universities with the university's commitment to community engagement, social justice, and cultural preservation. This has led many academics to call for resisting the neoliberal ethos. And voices from within the field of higher education have called for the need to resist neoliberal influences and to reclaim higher education, while others have invited academics to be true to their values. So where does Imam Al-Ghazali come into this? Basically, we hope that perhaps Imam Al-Ghazali could offer a response here, And I'd like to show the contrast between the neoliberal ethos and the principles that he espoused. Following neoliberalism, and therefore cultures of performativity, new identities, new forms of interactions, and new values have been shaped. This has led to a lot of uncertainty and instability among academics. Within a performative regime, truthfulness is not the point. Authenticity is replaced entirely by plasticity. Effectivity, rather than honesty, is the most valued in a performative regime. This is in contrast with Imam Al-Ghazali, where intention, sincerity, and truthfulness are at the heart of every action. Max Weber describes present-day professionals as specialists without spirit. They're technicians, they're doing things. While Imam Al-Ghazali terms intention the very spirit of actions, ruhul a'mal. So we see the contrast here. It's very interesting when analyzing Imam Al-Ghazali's works and his life to notice that there is this powerful authenticity that comes across. So in the book of Intention, Sincerity, and Truthfulness of Ihya Ulumuddin, he invites people to espouse these principles. But he doesn't only do that. He actually practiced this. And we see in Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal that he himself has reflected on his intentions as a scholar. We shouldn't forget that Imam Al-Ghazali was an esteemed scholar at the Nizamiyya University or Madrasa at that time, which was one of the most esteemed institutions of higher education at his time. We see this kind of weaving between theory and practice in his work. And in this small part of Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, he says, ثُمَّ تَفَكَّرْتُ فِي نِيَّتِي فِي التَّدْرِيسِ. So he's not just inviting us to do that, but he has already done it. فإذا هي غير خالصة لوجه الله تعالى بل باعثها ومحركها طلب الجاه وانتشار الصيت فتيقنت أني على شفا جرف هار وأني قد أشفيت على النار إن لم أشتغل بتلافي الأحوال. He says, then I reflected on my intentions in public teaching, and I saw that it was not directed purely to God, but rather it was instigated and motivated by the quest for fame and widespread prestige. So I became certain that I was on the brink of a crumbling bank and already on the verge of falling into the fire, unless I set about mending my ways. That authenticity doesn't just make Imam Al-Ghazali an educator, but it makes him a teacher educator, an educator for scholars. He tells us what to do, and he models it himself. In the book of Intention, Sincerity, and Truthfulness, we find timeless relevance. The advice that he offers scholars therein are advice that we as academics can also espouse. So what does he say in the book of Intentions when it comes to scholars? He says, scholars are the most tested in this domain, i.e. the domain of intention, sincerity, and truthfulness. As for most of them, the motivation for passing on knowledge is gaining ground and the pleasure of amassing followers and receiving praise. In a different context of the same book, he says, knowing the essence of sincerity and acting upon that knowledge is a deep ocean that everyone drowns in except for a few. This timeless advice by Imam Al-Ghazali is relevant to us today. In fact, Henry Giroux mentions a similar statement when he says, I believe that intellectuals who inhabit our nation's universities should represent the conscience of a society, not only because they shape the conditions under which future generations learn about themselves and their relations to others and the outside world, but also because they engage in pedagogical practices that are, by their very nature, moral and political rather than simply technical. So basically, academics are not technicians, but they have a wider mission in life. Academics within higher education who have actually called for the resistance of neoliberalism have mentioned that sessions on academic practice need to offer academics opportunities to reflect on their educational contexts and challenge neoliberal ethos. So basically use the universities themselves as spaces for challenging that ethos. And Amanda Brew has written about that. Al-Ghazali's writings on the theme of intention, sincerity, and truthfulness are necessarily situated within a particular tradition. However, they remain topical with special pertinence to teacher development in higher education nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariam. That's amazing presentation. Just exactly 13 minutes, less than 15 minutes. That's perfect. So let us move to the second panelist, Zainab Serdar Chilingir, on the pursuit of happiness, possible solutions from Al-Ghazali to the problem of neoliberal happiness. Please join me to welcome Zainab.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to start my presentation with the general outline of it. So first I'll mention, So first of all, I'll mention the basic assumptions, and then I'll move to neoliberal concept of happiness and how has it been constructed in Arabic children's literature in particular over the last 2 decades. And then why I see this as a problem. And then I move to Ghazali's concept of happiness and how Muslim human beings should be. And then I recommend some things to do, maybe, inshallah. All of us in this hall was born into modern states. So since their establishment, modern states try to construct the subject in light of their ideology and make it a governable subject. So, and one of the best ways of doing that was through the compulsory systematic education, and as an integral part of it, children's literature was used to shape the subject. And that's why children's literature were criticized so many times for being so ideological and political. And afterwards, thinkers decided and agreed upon some criteria to neutralize the children's literature from its ideological nature. And they agreed on some criteria and on subject, content, style, and etc. And then recently, we become to believe that children's literature are free of any impositions, and the human and universal values are being imposed, and that's such a nice thing to do, and our children has to become like having these universal values. But my question was, what are these universal values of that we see as common sense? So I think we need to look at these values in a critical way. So don't take it just as it is. So I believe and position myself that the children's literature is like a child fiction is impossible, because we are the writers and we have a worldview, we have an ideology. So when we write, we impose them on our children. So the problem, the question here is that what kind of ideology or values that we want our children to have and grow up. So one of the assumptions that today the dominant ideology is the neoliberalism, and the way they govern us is using psychopolitics, so shaping our minds to believe that we are free and we are autonomous and we are responsible. So we become to believe that we are in a very free environment, but at the end we are just serving the neoliberal economic system. So that was a problem. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about neoliberalism. And I believe its economic definition is so important to understand the nature of the subject that it wants to create. So, neoliberalism is defined at a macro level as a free market economy built on advanced individualism, competition, and entrepreneurship. And today, we see these individualism, competition, these are so good values, and we have to act accordingly. But this macroeconomic definition is so important, but at the same time, it lacks some zawaya, and how it shapes the individual. So that's why I'll talk a little bit about Foucauldian analysis of neoliberalism, in which he says that neoliberalism is a way of, a mode of governance. So, and the literature after Foucault, they defined the governable subject of neoliberalism. So to achieve this goal, the free market and the individualism and competitive environment, how subject must be shaped. And when I looked at my PhD thesis in Lebanese children's literature, I was so surprised to see that we are actually constructing a neoliberal subject in Arabic children's literature. So that's why I told you all about these background. I studied 200 children's books published between 2000 and 2020 in Lebanon. And I saw that with an increasing intensity as we come to the present day, the neoliberal values were imposed too much. So why? Yeah. And the basic characteristics of the neoliberal subjectivity was that children must be autonomous, responsible, economy-oriented, and entrepreneur. So I think the only point that we agree that it's not good here, economy-oriented. But the other points are, we are good. We are good with it. So I want to be autonomous. I want to be responsible. And as Muslims, because we are living in this neoliberal world, and after closing Quran or Ghazali's books, when we become so religious and read those books, and then after closing them, we just step into the neoliberal world, we become neoliberal subjects. So I think we please ourselves and we convince ourselves that these neoliberal values, responsibility, oh, we have that in Islam. So I call it, we have it too-ism. So we have it too-ism makes us legitimize the neoliberal values, like autonomy. And autonomy in neoliberal context means that the person should be self-referential only. But as a Muslim, this is a very critical point that we are never self-referential. Even in our way of dressing, way of sleeping, way of eating something, we are not self-referential. We are, our reference point is God and Allah and the Quran and Sunnah. So we cannot be autonomous in the neoliberal sense, ever. At the same thing is responsibility. We say, oh, we have responsibility in Islam. So, but the neoliberal sense of responsibility is like you being responsible for everything that government should be doing. So you become responsible for your success and for your failure and everything, and then the individual becomes under so much pressure. And it's the same thing at entrepreneurship. We talked about self-development, and this is as a virtue of in the books of Ghazali, and we said self-development is something that we encourage, but what it is actually in neoliberal discourse. Neoliberal discourse is talking about self-development because it sees us, human beings, as human capital. So I have to perfect this capital with all what I have to present something to sell in the market. So if we miss this kind of nuances, differences between this understanding of self-development and the Islamic view of self-development, we will mix lots of things, and we will see, oh, we have that too, ism that I was telling you about. And economy-oriented is not only just about economics, actually. It's I like getting some examples from Islamic point of view so we can understand it better. So, think about ithar. It's neoliberal subject is economy-oriented. He's thinking of his best interest, while we as Muslims, we should be doing ithar, giving to others. I don't think myself first. So that was another important point that I came. And I just remember yesterday in the morning when Ustaz Hamza was speaking, he said, we need to give the terms al-alfaz haqq al-aql. So I think we have to, and that was one of the recommendations that I'll make at the end, but I'm going to say it now, that we need to think about freedom, autonomy, entrepreneurship, responsibility, self-development, all these words that we use daily. But what do we mean by it? So, and I'm coming back to the children's literature. That was what made the construction of neoliberal subject is possible, was linking all these attributes and the characteristics of neoliberal subject to the concept of happiness. That's how the neoliberal discourse of happiness is being created in the and constructed in the children's literature. In every story I read, I saw that if you were to be autonomous in neoliberal sense, you will be happy. Otherwise, you will not be happy. You'll be unhappy and fail in this life. So if you're not responsible, you failed because you couldn't do it. There is nothing about tawfiq, which we believe is the, I can work too much, but Allah may not see it fit and doesn't give it to me. So as a Muslim, I believe that, but in this neoliberal context, I lack this. So I become responsible and responsible and responsible, then it becomes suicides and other things. I saw this in the children's literature. And then when I speak with people, I saw that we are not seeing any problem with that. Being autonomous, being responsible in neoliberal sense, we don't see any problem with that, and we go with it. So I started thinking, of course, because of my background in Islamic studies, I always knew that something is problematic here. But then this symposium came just like I need to further my study for searching from our tradition. What do we have? What is the happiness, actually? And I wanted to see Al-Ghazali's point of view. And I saw that while neoliberalism is only in this world, the happiness is in this world. And we don't have the concept of God, of course, in neoliberalism. So everything is about this world. But Al-Ghazali, in each book, he speaks about Allah, as-sa'ada al-ukhrawiyya. Allah, as-sa'ada al-ukhrawiyya. There is nothing like as-sa'ada in this dunya. I was like, why? I was so زعلان إنه ما في هيك شيء يعني إنه لازم نكون مبسوطين في الدنيا. بس إنه there is not يعني he's so focusing on the السعادة الأخروية that it's like he forgets about this dunya. And maybe we need this. So the main point of the ontological, in the ontological level and in epistemological level, there was a huge difference between these two paradigms. So we as Muslims, we have Quran and Sunnah, and we shape our subjectivity according to these sources of our epistemology and ontology. So I saw that what neoliberalism wants us to be is a very fertile soil, if I may say, for the أمراض القلب اللي بيحكي عنها الغزالي. the envy, the hatred, with the competition and everything, we become like the old Amrad al-Qalb is starting to occur. So, and I realized that the sources of happiness in neoliberal ideology is the full opposition of what we have in the Ghazalian thought, in Islamic thought. I was expecting some difference, but I wasn't. I was so shocked when I saw that it's the opposite, تماما opposite. So, yeah, I forgot the slides. I'm sorry. And the unhappiness is the same. What Ghazali considers as unhappiness, the neoliberal discourse sees that's a self, a nafs, اتباع النفس, اتباع الهوى. These are the sources of happiness for neoliberalism. But in our discourse, we believe these are this is the path to unhappiness. So if I must say something, I'm going to jump to the recommendation. I'm sorry, I couldn't arrange my time. For academic level, I believe as educators and Muslim thinkers, Muslim economicians and Muslim political thinkers, we need to think about what is the Islamic political thought. And the others needs to talk about Islamic economy. And we as educators, we need to focus on the Muslim subjectivity and the ways of how we can construct it through children's literature, in my case. So in individual level, I see that we internalized neoliberal values too much, that we are almost not Muslims anymore. I feel like that. I have to become Muslim again. I feel this very strongly in my heart. So as writers, we have to internalize the values of, Islamic values. So we become fighting these neoliberal values and let aside the, we have it to ism, to we have this, and this is better. And we can offer the Western world also that what you are doing is destructive, destructing the social, destructing the individual, destructing everything. And what we have better, and you should take it. So I believe the institutional level is much more important. Like I've been following Qatar Foundation's work on children's education. And I was thinking that we need to do something about children's literature. Of course they are doing, and other institutions too, they are doing their work. But we need to work on workshops for writers to educate them what the Islamic point of views on the contemporary issues of neoliberalism and liberal thought and everything. And then also we can establish boards for producing children's books in line with Islamic view and etc. And I think this way we can create a space for a new discourse, and inshallah we can نربي أولادنا from the Islamic point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zainab, for this wonderful presentation. So let us move to the final panelist for this session. So please join me, welcome Zahra Flog-Enver. The presentation title, Both Deen and Dunya, Reviving the Moral in Modern Education Through Ghazalian Ethics.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Today I will be talking about both Deen and Dunya, reviving the moral in modern education through Ghazalian ethics. And during my presentation I will talk about the problem, the birth of modern education between the sacred and the profane, morality and ethical formation according to Al-Ghazali. So also my previous speakers touch upon this topic. Modern education in the West is experiencing a crisis of morality. Through secularization and industrialization, it is increasingly focused on knowledge production and professional formation. Moral education, education of the soul, came to be seen as mere backward religiosity, not in tune with the modern scientific worldview. As a result of this paradigm shift, modern education essentially became soulless. The formation of the human soul, character building, ethics, and morality became a second-rate afterthought in modern educational curricula. Al-Ghazali provides a potent remedy for the crisis of morality in modern education. He offers a holistic approach to human existence, balancing both worldly and heavenly aspects, and shows how to be a complete spiritually and morally formed human being. Al-Insan al-Kamil. Ghazalian educational ethics offers an example of Islam as an open civilization which can provide inter-civilizational solutions to problems that haunt the modern human condition. The current moral crisis is partly a result of the neoclassical economics that came to dominate Western secular liberal societies. Already in the 18th century, Adam Smith elaborated upon the basic principle of free market economics and the so-called laws of supply and demand. From the 19th century onward, neoclassical approaches to economics have become mainstream. This approach reduces humans to rational agents driven by utility-maximizing behavior. This was the birth of the economic man, Homo economicus. The same economic principles of instrumentalism and utilitarianism affected other parts of society, including education. In his essay on modern education, John Taylor Gatto described a 19th century Parisian classroom as follows: sterilized environments where various inputs could be studied, where growing children could be scrutinized, labeled, and numbered for different future utilizations, and where data collected from these children could be passed on to other levels of authority for evaluation. Out of this flow of information, materials toward the science of marketing and science of management would inevitably arise. Education as an academic discipline became a positivist science. Its focus was on data collection, measurement, and optimization. Children came to be perceived primarily as data and statistics rather than as human beings with souls and moral dispositions. With the rise of neoclassical economics, also began a decline of morality in Western secular liberal societies. Economist Geoffrey Hudson aptly put it when he said, "In the modern commercial era, where consumers are said to be sovereign and customers always right, the meaning of morality has been likewise devalued in popular discourse." Moreover, Hudson poses that morality helps make us human. If that indeed is the case, then what discipline is more in need of morality than the field of education? After all, the formation of human beings happens primarily through education. Pre-modern religious tradition understood something that seems to have been lost to modern secular liberal sensitivities, namely that the primary objective of education is not economical, but inherently ethical, and that morality is not learned from the outside as knowledge, but acquired and inherently embodied in practice. This is a reality that is deeply understood in the Islamic educational tradition as well. Islamic civilization was always a civilization of knowledge, ilm. The concept of knowledge and learning, ta'lim, in Islamic education was always complemented with the concepts of nurturing, tarbiyah, and character formation, ta'deeb. Hence the famous hadith in which the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "I was sent to perfect good moral character." Islamic education thus can be characterized as deeply ethical, and its ethics is based in the realization that all human action is inescapably moral in character. The Islamic worldview offers an approach of moderation, wasatiyya, striking a balance between the deen and the dunya. It does not completely reject this world as seen in monasticism, but it also does not promote a life of individualistic materialism and self-interested consumerism. It sees this world as a seedbed for the afterlife, a test in which human beings may acquire rewards in the akhirah for a life lived ethically and morally in the dunya. Hence, the great Muslim educator Imam az-Zarnuji wrote, "The aim of knowledge is to act upon it, and to act upon it entails leaving that which is transient for the perpetual." For Al-Ghazali, the complete human being does not consist merely of flesh and blood. It also consists of more subtle immaterial realities. As he explains in his Ihya, the human being consists of body that is perceived through sight and a spirit and soul that is perceived through insight. And each of these has a form, hay'ah, and appearance, surah, either ugly or beautiful. Character, al-khuluq, is defined by Al-Ghazali as an entity that is embedded in the soul. Good character is when good acts proceed from the soul. These acts should be in accordance with both the sacred law and reason. On the other hand, bad acts proceeding from the soul point to bad character. He further explains that actions can only be firmly embedded in the character if they follow without much exertion or reasoning. For example, generosity can only truly be part of one's character if it is not forced or done with great effort, but follows naturally without much thought and deliberation. This confirms the idea mentioned earlier that in Islam, morality is acquired and inherently embodied in practice. Al-Ghazali goes on to observe 4 things pertaining to character. These relate to beautiful and ugly acts, af'al, the power to do these acts, knowledge about these acts, and a trait that causes the soul to incline towards either good or bad acts. Al-Ghazali notes that character does not coincide with acts. A person can be generous in nature, but still not be able to act generously because of lack of funds or other obstacles. On the other hand, someone can hand out gifts to appear generous out of ostentation or pretense. His character, however, is not generous, but greedy. Neither does character coincide with the power, qudra, to do these acts, or knowledge of them, ma'rifah. Al-Ghazali argues that character cannot be the power to do either beautiful or ugly acts, because everyone is born with a human nature, fitra, to do both. Nor can character be the knowledge of good or bad acts, because knowledge pertains to both the beautiful and the ugly. So he concludes that character must coincide with the 4th option, the trait that prompts the nafs to incline towards ugliness or beauty. To have perfected character, husn al-khuluq, 4 conditions, arkan, should be in balance according to Al-Ghazali. The power of knowledge, the power of anger, the power of desire, and the power of justice. Between these 3 powers, these various powers should be in balance and moderation. Only if they are independently sound and correct, complete good character can be attained. The power of knowledge should be catered towards that for which it was created, such as being able to discriminate between statements that are true or false, between beliefs that are valid or invalid, and between acts that are beautiful or ugly. If the use of the power of knowledge is perfected, it will lead to fruit of wisdom, and wisdom he calls the essence of good and sound morality. Both the second and the third, anger and desire, are dependent upon the limits set by wisdom. According to Al-Ghazali, these limits follow from both religion and reason. The fourth power, the power of justice and balancing the previous three powers, is to curb anger and desire by bringing them into accordance with reason and the sacred law. The most important point of Al-Ghazali's analysis of good character is that all should be in balance and moderation. He says, whoever possesses these qualities and maintains balance, he has complete good character. And whoever possesses some of them without others, that person has good character in relation to that specific meaning. The power of anger used well and in moderation is called courage. And the power of desire used well and in moderation is called modesty. However, if the power of anger exceeds its set limits, it is called recklessness, while if it is less than its set limits, it is called cowardice and fear, and so on. Justice has no extremes, Tarafan, according to Al-Ghazali. It merely has its opposites, which is injustice. However, wisdom can either exceed into slyness, cunning, and trickery when used for corrupt practices, while abandoning it is called foolishness. Again, it is only the middle position, al-wasat, Al-Ghazali argues, that can really be associated with wisdom. And in my paper, I go more into detail about how he deals with moderation, but before our moderator turns to me, I will end my presentation. So I try in my paper to analyze some of the underlying reasons and principles for our current moral crisis in modern education. And I joined the call of economists like Jeffrey Hudson, who stressed that morality helps make us human. And in many ways, this is echoed in the Islamic intellectual tradition, as the philosopher Taha Abdurrahman stated by saying, there is no humanity without ethics. La insan bi ghayri akhlaq. So it is to be hoped that more thorough studies of Ghazalian educational ethics will be conducted in the future, not merely as an exercise in intellectual history, but as an analysis of lived tradition that can speak to contemporary challenges and concerns, and especially in the field of modern education, modern educational thought and practice. Thank you very much.
It's really wonderful. Three panelists finished on time. So we have plenty of time for question, but before that, and I think three topics like everyone here. And it seems like there is a sad
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وإمامنا وحبيبنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أشرف بإدارة هذه الجلسة الأخيرة في هذا البرنامج المكثف. I have the pleasure and honor to moderate this last session on this day, this blessed day. And the focus of this session will be Al-Ghazali, education in contemporary age. We have 4 different perspectives and approaches to the topic of this session. I would like to welcome all speakers on this stage and wish us a successful session, inshallah. First of all, we are looking, or we'll have a look of curriculum methodology dealing with Islamic worldview with Dr. Dania Wattar. You're welcome.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thankful to Allah for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Dr. Ustaz Rajab, for the opportunity, and for the organizers and everybody who worked tirelessly to help us come here today, inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'll briefly cover a glimpse at curriculum implementation, integrating Islamic perspective, and 2 examples from Canadian schools with a reflection on Al-Ghazali's teaching. If you are not familiar with the Canadian context, in Canada, education is a provincial responsibility, which means every province manages its education separately. They have their own curriculum, they have their own legislation, etc. Islamic education has existed in Canada for a long time. You see in every place, on weekend schools, what people call madrasas or Arabic and Islamic studies, but you also see day Islamic education in Canada. And in the past 20 years or so, the purpose of education in Islamic schools have shifted. If you hear from people who came to Canada, say in the 60s or 70s, you see about the goal of Islamic schools at the time being to protect Muslims from what's happening in the outside world, from like the dangers are perceived in society, drugs, relationships, etc. But alhamdulillah, in the past 20 years, the shift has, there has been a major shift in the purpose of Islamic school, rather than just protecting people from outside harm, in actually strengthening Muslim identity and making sure we're preparing future leaders and people who are there to deliver the amana, inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's no longer about, oh, let's do something to protect people from outside society. It's more about, let's prepare a strong Muslim generation, inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that is well-rounded, that has a holistic education, that is familiar with their dunya and deen. So I was really intrigued with Imam Al-Ghazali's journey, and even reading his biography himself has been very inspiring for me. I think this was yesterday mentioned by Sheikha Hassan when she talked about the quality of the ideal teacher. And in general, whenever we start, his emphasis, especially after his journey on the niyyah, intention, and the ikhlas. And this is really paramount when talking about preparing teachers, but also when talking about curriculum or children. And we'll see examples later when we talk about the curriculum and using themes. One of the themes that we have integrated is starting with niyyah or bismillah. So we can teach the learners and the teachers as well the importance of having niyyah every year, every start, and re-examining our own intentions when we are teaching our students and engaging in teaching and learning. I found the story of Al-Ghazali with the bandit or Qutta'atu al-Turuq very interesting and very reflective. You probably all know of the story when Al-Ghazali in his early life, he was going back to, and then bandits took his stuff, including his mu'allaqat, his notes, And then he went back and he's like, oh, just give me those back. There's no use for you in them. This is all my knowledge. Don't take it away from me. And then the Qata' Tari, or the bandit, laughed and he's like, you claim to have knowledge, yes, yet you claim that we've taken the knowledge. So Al-Ghazali said, هذا مستنطق أنطقه الله ليرشده أمري فلما وافيت طوس أقبلت على الانشغال 3 سنين حتى حفظت جميع ما علمته وصرت بحيث لو قطع علي الطريق لم أتجرد من علمي. When reflecting on this sentence, what really made me think about this is how can we actually prepare educational programs and design learning opportunities that have long-lasting impact before the end of the school year, or before, you know, we finish textbooks, or doesn't just tick the boxes, but actually make something in the minds of our students, but especially in their hearts. It was really interesting, and this was mentioned again yesterday, about Imam Al-Ghazali's emphasis on not just the theoretical knowledge, but how his own lived experience has embodied his teaching. And so, for example, when he talks about zuhd, he says, it's one thing to learn about zuhd, another thing to embody zuhd. One thing that was really an interesting moment for me when I read Imam Al-Ghazali and how he talks about how each one of us are responsible for doing what we can do. There are conditions that we can't control in our independent life, in our teaching life, in our administrative life. We have all kinds of challenges facing us, but we focus on what we can do with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is really intriguing because in recent philosophies and teaching in Canada, they talk about the sphere of control, or teaching students that control what you can do. But Imam Ghazali has discussed this way before, with, of course, a component of asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for help. Don't let the challenges or circumstances overwhelm you. You can, inshallah, do what you can. I loved his discussion of aql and naql. So in a lot of traditions or scholars, you'll talk about, constructivism and constructed knowledge, and then about, some countries dealing more with revealed knowledge. I loved his balanced approach between al-aql wal naql. Yes, we would like our students to construct knowledge, to have critical thinking, but this is based on a strong foundation. Naql is part of our tradition. They need to learn about the Quran. They need to learn about the Sunnah. They need to learn foundational knowledge. They need to appreciate the knowledge they get from their teachers, and then they have an opportunity to build on that strong foundation to construct knowledge. So I really like that his really balanced view. It's not you're just memorizing or you're just being creative and critical thinking. There's a strong foundation. There are important things that you need to learn, and then your aql can actually be creative and learn based on those teaching. The last thing that I wanted to make is really his emphasis on the role models and the teachers, and his discussion of the teachers as those who know the akhirah. So again, a connection between an-niyah and the knowledge of the akhirah. Ulama Rabbaniyin, those teachers that help their learners with ilm nafi'. So aside from theory, we're going to move now and travel together to go to Canada first. Stop will be in Alberta, Sakina Circle. This goes back to 2007. With Allah's blessing, I happened to be at the right time, right place, where a new discussion was about the establishment of a new Islamic program. What's interesting about Alberta is that in their legislation, they have the opportunity for choice. The Sakina Circle, it was the first Islamic, publicly funded school that teaches from a Quranic worldview or Islamic worldview. So Islamic schools that are private have existed, but to have actually a program within a public school, that was a foundational thing. And then the school went through different journeys, from an enrichment program to a complementary program to finally becoming an official program in 2010. I had wanted to show you a video from the founder. This is a picture of Sister Elma Harder, the author of Concentric Circles, which was the foundational text on which the program and the curriculum was designed. You can check it out. I know some people in the room that mentioned this. It's especially important for early learning. There are a number of pedagogical pillars that had guided Sakina Circle. Number one is nature focus. So there was a great emphasis in the program on nature and the opportunity for experiential learning, but also to connect with the Creator, to look for Allah's signs outside of the classroom, to look into the wonders of the Word. It's historically rooted, and we teach our students, just like we're standing here on the shoulders of giants, to start by exploring their own histories, their family history, the histories of their teachers, their grandparents, and then moving to talk about the histories of Islamic civilizations and Muslims. Finally, and I think Dr. Rajab mentioned this yesterday when he talked about how is the heart made a victorious king, and he said one of the things was for the detached involvement is love and service. Khidma, the concept of khidma as service is really foundational. We talk about curriculum, math and science and language, and these are really important, but how actually can we train our students though they can embody the learning and practice it in action and learn the essence that, you know, if we discuss true happiness today, that true happiness is when you give, when everything you do is guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. It's the knowledge is not only here, it's embodied in your heart, it's reflected in your action. For Sakina Circle, they have a number of enduring understanding. If you examine the curriculum document for Sakina Circle, you'll notice each of the curriculum documents or lesson plans will be connected to one of these enduring examples. So when it says language is a divine gift to be appreciated and treated as an amana, this concept is explored gradually from kindergarten to grade 1. What's interesting is about the approach to curriculum in terms of thematic learning. And when Sakina Circle started, they are teaching the provincial standards of Alberta, but integrating Islamic worldview. And one way that, you know, really nicely put this is that having themes for the year. It started off by having a theme for every 4 to 8 weeks. And then we moved on to having one overarching theme for the whole year where teachers integrate the subject. So it's integrated in language, math, Islamic studies, and so on and so forth. They do have Arabic language program. Alberta does actually have a curriculum for elementary school. So Sakina Circle, again, integrate Arabic just like other subjects, but with an Islamic worldview. Now, I wanted to travel in time and move to Ontario, where this program was actually inspired by Sakina Circle, but it was established more recently in 2008. Many factors affected the contribution to the development in the program, including, you know, increasing number of immigrants, lots of Arabic speaking, but a lot of also dissatisfaction with the public system and a lot of the issues with the education there. And so for the school's vision and mission, this was originally written in Arabic. It's much more stronger in Arabic, but I happen to have the English version, where it's really discussing about the school's mission to prepare students for this dunya and the hereafter, the akhirah. Sorry, I'm mixing Arabic and English. So we want students to, in there it says, talk about the academic and Islamic sciences. Of course, for Al-Ghazali, all knowledge is Islamic sciences, but there is ulum al-sharia and non-sharia ulum. And then we don't have time for this. At the school, similar to Alberta, the school integrates the Ontario curriculum, but again with a twist, with an Islamic worldview. And this was inspired by the experience of Sakina Circle, but again it had a new test from the founders of the school. Building on the needs of the community, the content was designed to support integration of Islamic knowledge in all areas. There was a special Arabic program that, alhamdulillah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is our 6th year, and it's now well known as one of the best programs in the area. And the school grew to develop a strong STEM focus with all kind of like STEM classes, 3D printing, you name it, as well as a reflection on STEM from you know, inventors, Muslim inventors, and so on and so forth. So these are some examples at the right. This is an example in the first year, I think, of a project in science grade 1 that's building a science building structured, and you see at the wall there is that connection with the Arabi al-Mujtama, and then in the middle, I don't know if you see that building, the blue with green and silver dome, so the masjid as being the center of Mujtama. To the left, there is a calendar of themes. One of the successful themes that was integrated one year was the traveler, so an overarching theme. This is a brainstorming that the Arabic team has done in integrating one of the themes, and I know it's not ideal, and I'm speaking to the experts here, but this is just an attempt where we're talking about, when we talk about the insan, الروح, النفس, التزكية والمجاهدة, القلب, العقل, السيطرة على الشهوات, healthy eating, and so on and so forth. Now, what's a little different about this program is that there is a large Arabic community, lots of experts in the Arabic language. There is no Arabic official curriculum in Ontario except for high school, which we implement. But at the elementary level, the school has developed its own curriculum. And when I was reflecting about what's special about the program is that we actually live the curriculum. It's not a textbook. it's not just a set of expectations. We have the expectation, but there is an ongoing professional learning and support with teachers, with students, Arabic teaching within the classroom, but outside the classroom. At the end of school year, we have both languages integrated. In a lot of school events, there is both languaging happening. And this was challenging at first when you have the pressure of parents. Are you really strong in English? Are you delivering the curriculum? Well, 6 years onward, I can tell you, our students, mashallah, are very good in Arabic, but very strong in English as well. Learning our heritage language does not take away from other languages. In addition, there are many components in the program, including Islamic studies, mental health, and the arts. And again, we take the titles, the official titles, but we put our own taste and our own take in it. So we integrate the mabadi of tazkiyah, amrad al-qulub, when we're talking with our children, when we're dealing with some of the issues or the challenges that the students are facing. And Sister Fulla, I don't know if she's here, she will be pleased to see that also the arts do employ a great part in our curriculum. So this is an example. If you look at the bottom right, this was a high school program where students were creating a portrait for their art credit, but they were talking about what matters to them. And this was an aha moment for a lot of the girls. I heard from the teachers, one girl was looking at her portrait and she found in there, you know, TikTok, Netflix, and YouTube, and some other things. And that was really an inviting moment for the student to reflect. Is this what my life want to be? Is this really who I am? Do I really want to be portrayed with that? We see different verses. This is just an example. MashaAllah, some of them had, you know, the Quran, they had knowledge, all kind of things in it. But it was an invitation through arts. If you drop a pin, you could hear it in that classroom. Yet students were so engaged, enjoying the art, but also reflecting on their Muslim identity about what matters to them and what's their role in this life as khulafa in art. I hesitated whether I need to show this slide or not after the presentation of are we putting titles to kind of some neoliberal discussion. But then I thought that we're living in a context where we're really trying to do our best in a context where we're living in. And what we have been doing really is rethinking about some of the concepts officially, but really trying to put our own taste. So for example, global citizenship is one concept that's really hard to digest, but our take on it was al-Munatadha al-Alamiyya, but more on Khalifatullah fil ard. So when things are happening around the world that matter really to Muslim students, we invite our students to learn about the history of Muslim countries. We invite them to learn skills such as public speaking, debating. We provide them with the tools that will make them strong so they can defend and have a strong belief and understanding of our history, contemporary issues, but from an Islamic perspective, and starting from that, believe in their heart and that connection with Allah, and again, as their role, Khalifatullah al-Ard. I was gonna play a video that shows the STEM video. I'm very proud of this video, but I wasn't able for technical reasons to play it on here. The idea of this video really kind of merges the past with the present, English with Arabic, where we talk about what students are doing in the school, robotics, 3D printing, all kind of things, but also talk about our connection with our heritage and the need to examine and build on what has happened in the past with Muslim scholars and inventors, etc. If we want to summarize it and put it all together, I'm sorry, I know I went fast. I'm trying not to go over a lot of time, but yet there's so much there. I was trying to see, okay, what are some major lessons that we want to discuss? Thematic organizations in both programs have proved to be very helpful. In the beginning, we started, as I mentioned, with detailed themes, but what we found really helpful to get all teachers on board is to have one overarching theme, and then in different subjects, it's integrated differently. Some people integrated more than others. And it really helped initiate communication between people, for example, the language department, English and Arabic, French, science, maths, and they were chosen, so there is room for all subjects to be integrated at some point. There is lots of discussion about professional learning and importance of professional learning, which has proven to be very interesting. There is the important, professional learning day or PD day, going to conferences, but there's also the component of having that mentorship that relates more with our culture. Recently, I came across this book, Educational Coaching, but it makes me think more about our importance and what's paramount in Al-Ghazali's thinking of having role models, teachers as guides, and the importance of having ulama rabbayinin guiding teachers throughout the process, which I think has been the most successful in implementing the curriculum. If you want really good implementation of vision and expectation, you need to have mentors who are there guiding the teachers, working with them, learning with them, and supporting them throughout the way. Just like regarding the children, I feel like at a school, a responsibility not only to guide the students, but to be there for teachers, give them opportunities to communicate with each other and with us and to learn. So sometimes we do this by subject. So Arabic teachers have regular weekly meetings to discuss how they're integrating everything, how they're teaching, etc., exchange ideas, whereas sometimes we have like a primary focus group. And sometimes this was actually a workshop inspired by Al-Ghazali. So we talked about how are you integrating Islamic studies in your teaching. And we found that it's not only new teachers that need TPD, a lot of existing teachers get into survival mode, get overwhelmed. 1 minute, okay, wrapping up. And they really require the help and the support in order to continue to remember why they're. When you have all those demands and difficulties and challenges and issues in school, you need every once in a while a reminder of, again, back to our niyyah, but why am I there? What is my goal? And remember that to go back to your original goal in school. Okay, this is an important example that I'll quickly touch on. And I think this is really important. It was mentioned in the presentation in the morning, is that whenever we're designing curriculum or learning experiences or lesson plan, we need to build on the local interests, needs, etc. And then we can think globally. So one example is when I lived in Edmonton, in Sakina Circle, there is the Fort Edmonton Park, where the Masjid al-Rashid, the actual masjid, it's an outdoor museum. You can walk and you see the actual building of al-Masjid, which was the first masjid established in North America by Muslims. We use that to teach about the history of Muslims in Canada and to really strengthen the Muslim identity. When I moved to Ontario, I took that example, gave it a twist, and made it catered it to the social studies curriculum, where we're comparing two communities in Canada. Why I love this example is that it was rooted in the community. It spoke to the needs of the community. But in fact, I shared this with my non-Muslim friends who thought this was a great, 1 second, I'm done. I think this might be the last slide, who really tried to integrate the lesson plan and found it very interesting. Of course, when you're teaching it in a public setting, your goal is different, the context is different. You're not really doing it to strengthen the Muslim identity. It's more about inclusive education. It's more about teaching of the Islamic, the roles of Muslim in the West. But I found that when you truly build authentic experiences built on the knowledges, this has a long-lasting impact, not only on your learners, but on the larger community. The last point that I wanted to discuss very briefly is the importance of community involvement. They call it service or khidma in Sakina Circle. It's also part of the Ontario curriculum, but we have our own take, where we encourage our high school students to mentor the younger ones, but we also invite members of the community. We mentor them, we help them, we support them. Well, they give to the community, and they are role models in the school. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair. Sorry if I went over time.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذة دانيا. أنا أعرف أن سببت لك بتوتر ولكن سعيد جدا بقدرتك ما شاء الله على الحديث باللغتين بهذه الطلاقة، والآن حق لك أن ترتاحي بعض الشيء. Okay, let's move to the next presentation with Tala Hammour, reviving play according to Al-Ghazali's perspective on childhood development.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and I'd like to thank the College of Islamic Studies and Dr. Rajab personally for this opportunity. My topic today is a little bit different. I think the last thing you think about when you think of Al-Ghazali is play, but I'm convinced that there is nothing that Al-Ghazali hasn't touched on in his Ihya when it comes to human action, and play is not an exception. So I'll skip this. Why play? Play has become an increasingly important area of interest within the field of contemporary research and education, making it a timely and relevant theme to explore in light of Al-Ghazali's writings on education. So what does Al-Ghazali offer within this theme? First, he offers a pedagogical framework to structure around play, and second, a multiplex understanding of the human being to evaluate the impact of play on every level of the child, on every faculty of the child. And the aim of this paper is really to revive play from the Islamic tradition for contemporary applications in educational contexts. And I think it's a very good continuation to what we heard from Dr. Qayyim this morning, where we have more elaborate forms of play, such as martial arts and archery, that students can engage with in an older age. And at a younger age here, I'm talking about really ages 2, 3, up to 7, engaging in more immature forms of play. So again, why play? The desire to play is a universally innate human characteristic, a naturally occurring inclination that emerges in children across all eras and civilizations. The universality of play is affirmed by the Quran. All children play, even future prophets like Yusuf alayhi salam, according to this ayah. More examples of play in the Islamic tradition originate from the very sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. A number of hadiths show how the Prophet ﷺ used to play with his nephews, with his wife Aisha radiallahu anha, and other children. So I'm going to focus on one specific hadith, but many exist. And this is a famous hadith that many of us know, in which the Prophet ﷺ was praying, and one of his nephews, either Hassan or Hussein, climbed on his back, and the Prophet ﷺ prolonged his sujood. And when he was asked why he did that, he said he did not want to rush his his nephew before he met his needs. And here I think this is really critical because he described the child playing as a need, and not only a need that ought to be honored by the adult. So fast forward to hundreds of years later, did Muslim scholars pick up on the sunnah of being playful with children? Did they pick up on the fitri nature of play? Yes. While many classical writers warned against luxuries that would lead to laziness, they also suggested that students be allowed physical exercise and play, which in this quote is stated, might stir up the innate heat, preserve health, banish laziness, drive dullness away, arouse liveliness, and kindle the soul. Continuous study with no play was understood to have diminishing effects on learning and morale. So let's focus now on Al-Ghazali's prescription for play, which is found in his book Riyadat al-Nafs. There is a very short, succinct reference in the chapter on disciplining the child, or the upbringing of the child. After a very long list of rules and regulations, a very strict regimen for how the child ought to be brought up, how he should wake up, how he should go to sleep, how much he should sleep, what he should eat, who he should befriend, how he should treat his teachers and peers, how he should not always sleep on the most comfortable bed, or maybe not always wear the most comfortable clothes. Finally, Al-Ghazali says, after school, he should be allowed to play in a fashion which gives him some rest after his hard work in class, although he should not be allowed to grow exhausted. To prevent a child from playing, he says, and to fatigue him with constant lessons will cause his heart to die and harm his intelligence, and make life so hateful to him that he will cast around for some means of escape. So here we see the 3 layers of the child. First, play is not supposed to exhaust the child physically. Second, play is supposed to is actually a way to maximize the benefits of learning. It will harm his intelligence if he's not allowed to rest. And finally, play has, according to Al-Ghazali, some spiritual benefits when he refers to the heart. So let's take a step back and think about what is the purpose of education for Al-Ghazali, and how is this connected to play. For Al-Ghazali, there is a clear consideration not only of the physical world in which he lives in, but also his afterlife. And the purpose of instruction is to attain felicity in both. The child's every activity should be carefully and meticulously crafted by his parents and teachers, not only inside the classroom, but also outside the classroom, in order to attain these ultimate goals. Al-Ghazali says the child's heart is a precious, uncut jewel devoid of any form or carving, which will accept being cut into any shape. Whatever activity the child engages in, whether it's learning or play, is an opportunity to shape this heart. So I'm gonna skim over this because Dr. Rajab very generously elaborated his concept of multiplex ontology and epistemology. But the point of the slide is really to consider that Al-Ghazali he considers every faculty of the human being or the child. And he recognizes both the empirical data that is collected by the 5 senses and fed into the brain, but he also emphasizes the centrality of the soul or the spiritual heart. So to elaborate on and enrich our understanding of Al-Ghazali's perspective on play, I draw on other Muslim scholars. I'll focus on one in this presentation, and it is a scholar named Al-Halimi, He also writes in a chapter where actually he warns adults about play and particular forms of play such as gambling. He also encourages play for children when it is appropriate. So he says, as for girls playing with dolls, there are two benefits, one immediate and one future. As for the immediate benefit, the familiarity, isti'nas, found in children, is from the component of nurture and development. For the more mentally rested, spiritually healthy, and more open a child's chest, the sturdier and more upright his development. This is because joy expands the heart, which expands the soul and spreads in the body and strengthens its organs and limbs. And as for the future benefit, they will learn thereby how to care for children and love for them and protect them and have compassion for them in a way that becomes natural for them. So the idea here is that Al-Halimi goes really deeper into the benefits and effects of play. And here we see that he also touches on the three faculties. There's a physical benefit to play. The child feels rested, and this rest translates and is manifest in his heart. And also in the long term, there are behavioral benefits. And we see this in research today. There's cognitive, affective, emotional benefits to play. So I go into some detail in my paper about contemporary research on play. As we said, there are things that were suggested in the Islamic tradition that we find today, which is the cognitive, developmental, psychomotor aspects of play. And I focus especially on Vygotsky, who's spearheaded the School of Progressive Education, which is where most of the literature on play is found. But the common factor between all of these contemporary research, it's that it operates within the physical mental realm, and it completely misses out the spiritual or the heart-centered approach. So very similar, this is a very timeless example, scenario of a young girl playing with a doll. So we saw it in Halimi, and now Vygotsky gives this as an example, and he looks at it. And he says that basically a girl playing with a doll is her imitating the rules and behaviors that she sees her mother do. So in some ways, it's the same scenario, but in other ways, it's a very different perspective. And he stops again at the socio-cultural meaning-making level, which is very important. But the essence is that a multiplex understanding would enrich our understanding of a situation like this. So let's juxtapose very quickly someone like Al-Ghazali and Vygotsky. So on the one hand, Vygotsky would focus on socio-cultural influences of education, and the aim really of education is to develop meaning-making, while the purpose of education for Al-Ghazali is to attain felicity in this world and the next. While play is a rule-based activity with cognitive and physical benefits for Vygotsky, it also has spiritual benefits, according to Al-Ghazali. For both, it's an important component of education, but for Al-Ghazali, learning is a prerequisite, discipline is a prerequisite to actually optimize play. So now let's think about, sorry about the numbers, it's 1, 2, 3. Some practical recommendations for play from a Ghazalian perspective. So what can we learn from him to apply in our world today? First, we need to fulfill the conditions necessary for play. In order for play to actually fulfill its potential, there needs to be learning that happens before or after, around, surrounding the child's life. And we see today that the type of influences, narratives, stories that the child sees around him actually pour into his play. How he imitates, how his surroundings is manifest in the way that he or she plays. So it's important to have a very, if we want to have a beautiful play, then the child needs to be surrounded by beauty. And also in the other sense, if play is characterized by harm, pain, violence, like we see in video games and even in toys for small children, this might reflect in violent, harmful, painful behavior in their daily life. So first, build a rigorous educational and disciplinary curriculum around play. Reject the idea of free play all the time, everything needs to be entertainment. This is not this is not, I think, in line with our tradition. So we need to think about, you know, we have all this research and these ideas, especially in progressive education, about, you know, how children should play. We need to go back and think about our deen as really the essence of which is moderation. Not to over-academize everything, but also not to go to the other extreme. And second, to avoid unlimited play and integrate play purposefully and intentionally in the child's schedule. Play should be characterized by beauty and avoid anything that's harmful or physically exhausting. Finally, consider play as a pedagogical tool for spiritual, educational, and character development. So if we can harness that time that children play, to think about how it can first give them their heart rest, but also think about what types of behaviors children are engaging in when they're playing, like Halimi mentioned, might have an imprint on their character in the future. So I have a few questions that actually came up after I did this research that potentially could be explored. And the first one is, can we develop an Islamically grounded, heart-centered theory for play? So we've summarized that the real distinction between our contemporary research and Al-Ghazali is that there's this missing element of the heart. And I was thinking also, when Al-Ghazali mentions play, he's the context within which is up to the age of 7, which is usually the age of tamyiz, and also well before taklif. Is play a space for children to test the grounds before they reach the age of taklif, to maybe make mistakes and to be corrected in a way that isn't instructionist? So also the Quran mentions play in different contexts, including related to the dunya. So can we think about play as appropriate for young children, not appropriate for older children when we're thinking about life seriously and our afterlife? So I think play is a theme that really has a lot of potential to be explored. And I think that the tradition can really bring richness. This was just kind of a short introduction based on personal interest. I spend a lot of time playing with children after school, and I think that after their school, and I think that inshallah, there's a lot of potential for it. And I really think that it's a key to a child's heart. If you want to get the child to understand something, you really need to get down to their level and play with them. So if we can harness that, I think we can achieve a lot of our educational goals, inshallah. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and shukran jazilan, Ustaz Tala, and for saving the time. It's very important. So we are going further to the presentation of Dr. Junaid Qadir, and I think it will be a surprise for this evening to have some ideas of Al-Ghazali in facing the challenge of artificial intelligence. Welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulihil kareem, Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Junaid Qadir. I'm a professor of computer engineering. So I do not come from the background of education or from Islamic sciences, but I do work in using AI for education, and I have an interest in Islamic education. So I will present some reflections on how we can use insights from Ghazali to come up with a critical model that looks at AI not just through a utopian lens, and also not just through a dystopian lens, but in a balanced manner that allows us to leverage it, but also somehow prevent the associated risks, especially the religious harms that can emerge. So I'm going to talk of 3 things. The first thing would be why technology is always entangled with humanity. We've always been making tools. We are, sometimes the human being is called the tool maker. So I will talk of this evolving partnership. AI is not just the first technology. It is in a continuation of technologies that are becoming more more powerful, and also they are now encroaching upon things that we previously thought were specific only to human beings. In the second part of my presentation, I will talk of how we can use insights from Imam Al-Ghazali to look at this technology critically. And finally, I will talk about how this will add to the current discourse, because already there are hundreds of codes of ethics. This is a very popular area of research. Everyone now knows that AI can create potential ethical issues. So we will talk about how the Ghazalian critical multiplex approach can be a useful addition, not only for Muslims, but also for all humanity. So on the slide, you see different technologies starting from primitive beginnings, the stone tools, the wheel. Those tools they were not seductive in any way. They did not invite you to interact with them. But now these modern technologies, they send you notifications. They are not neutral. If you have a phone with you, it's not a neutral tool. For example, sometimes it will instigate you to act. It will give you notifications. It will have what we call an ecological effect. It changes your environment and acts upon you in a way. Another thing is that, we can be critical of technology, but we also want to reap the benefits of technology. Through this graph, you see, AI currently can automate some of the things that humans do, but if a human being uses AI technology, it can, the human being can do many things. So now it becomes important that we focus on redirecting our attention on the right purposes, because technology is instrumental. You have to think about what you're going to use it for. So now this question, many people have pondered on this, whether technology is making us smarter or dumber. For instance, you might have seen this book or an article published by Nicholas Carr, which was saying that Google is making us stupid because now we don't remember things like we used to. So the conclusion here is that technology is overall negative for humanity, but there is also another camp which highlights the immense benefits of technology for education, for healthcare. So how do we balance this? And how do we understand this? The same question, two very different conclusions. So it turns out that they are thinking of different things. Nicholas Carr and his camp is just looking at the effect of technology on humans. Sometimes, if we just look at the human, our own capabilities, they get atrophied. They get weaker if we just rely on technology. If we outsource completely to technology, our own natural capabilities may become weak. When you think of the other camp, they are essentially thinking of the cyborg, or what people call a centaur, in which you are combining humans and AI, and you are seeing what you can do with this combined thing. So there is this real concern. People say, firstly, it will automate jobs, making some people redundant. It will also, the people who can use AI, the companies, the countries that can use AI can do much more than people who cannot do this. So therefore, even if one tries, it becomes impossible to escape the dilemmas associated with technology. So two important insights from the philosophy of technology. The first insight is from someone called Kranzberg, who said technology is not good nor bad, this is common sense. But he added to it, it's also not neutral, that it has some embedded worldview, some philosophical assumptions about what technology should be used for, what is good, what is bad, what is progress. These kinds of thoughts are embedded in technology. So technology that is developed in the current climate of capitalism has some suppositions that are somehow baked into the technology. Another idea is that, again, I highlighted this, that technology is not just a passive thing. We are in a creative partnership with technology. You create a technology, and then the technology shapes your behavior. So some people call it co-evolution. that we create something and that changes our behavior, and it is a continuous creative process. Another thing highlighted by the critic Neil Postman was that every technology is, both a burden and a blessing, not just one thing or the other. At the same time, it is a blessing and a burden at the same time. And a technology will result in some winners and some losers, so we must always take that into account. Some harmful effects of AI technology, I will be briefly covering them, and I can come back to this in the question answers. Technology just tends to exacerbate inequalities. The powerful can become more powerful. The people who are already elite can become, they can have superhuman performance. So this is known as the Matthew effect, the rich gets richer effect, and technology will not reverse this. If you rely on AI technology, current AI technology, it's well known, it has a certain bias. For instance, this tweet talks of how GPT-3, ChatGPT is based on that, includes this bias. It has been now fine-tuned. However, it is always a problem. People try to build guardrails around this technology. However, there is a bias. There is this question about sophistry, pretension. Even Socrates was talking of this when he critiqued the writing technology. And he said it all becomes just, you are saying things which you do not really understand, and somehow things become very superficial. Just like, you do an assignment just by copy-pasting from ChatGPT. The answer is right, however, it's not your answer, and the answer might be wrong as well. It also results in dehumanization in various ways, loss of jobs, homogeneity. It engenders homogeneity. Everyone starts to think alike. The individual differences, they recede. And AI colonialism, which means the companies, the countries who have the technologies, they get to play this imperialistic role of controlling the world in various ways. It can restrict certain countries from the technology, and that would mean that they cannot progress in the same manner. Some religious harms of uncritical use of AI, I'm just going to highlight a few. These technologies, they are based on ultra-personalization, and in a way, this is okay to a certain level. However, it just sometimes begins to just fatten up your nafs, which is obviously religiously problematic. It just gives you everything that you desire. And also, AI technology is now accompanied by extended reality, virtual reality. You don't like this world, you go to another world and enact all your fantasies. And so that is a problem, that everyone, the nafs does not remain in check. There is also this issue of techno-human engineering. The companies, they can influence your behavior through nudges, through ads, and in various ways. Sinning becomes easy with AI, arguably, because it's now very accessible through augmented reality, virtual reality, AI, through internet technology. While they have their own benefits, there is also this potential problem. Distraction from reality. We know in Islamic fiqh, certain things are banned because they detract you from engagement with important things. Anything that distracts you, let's say from salah, and the time goes by and you're just engrossed in one thing. So that is the thing. The major issue there is distraction from reality. Another issue is this halo effect. AI is actually not very artificial. It is based on human data. It is a mechanical way of learning from data, but it always contains certain biases. So if we go to ChatGPT or any AI tool and we ask for questions that relate to values, then and someone then, like Imam Al-Ghazali mentioned, that the major danger with these sciences is someone who is impressed, overly impressed, they will take their opinion even in matters where they don't have the expertise. So these are the religious harms. Now I will talk of the Ghazalian project for the AI era, trying to see how maybe Ghazali would have approached, or what we can learn from the way he tackled the dominant knowledge of that time that was problematic. So in his books, particularly in the Incoherence of the Philosophers, he, for instance, and in his other works, he highlighted the flaws of materialism, a hedonistic life, a life that just focuses on the forms and appearances rather than on the spirit and the substance. He focused on the primacy of moral character, virtue. He highlighted the religious danger of uncritical acceptance of knowledge and technology. I'll talk about technology in a little while and his interaction with technology. He also focused on substances and highlighted the danger of just emphasizing the appearances, and also the importance of a mindful life, the importance of intention, doing things for Allah, and thinking of the purpose of what we are using the technology for. And when we talk of science and technology, especially social science, his insight would be to think of this as a transformative endeavor, not just a descriptive thing that we are trying to describe how the society currently is, but also how do we transform it so that it becomes more virtuous. So this is just a nod to the work of Dr. Santork. He has this idea about how social theories, they are actually embedded, they have embedded philosophical beliefs about ontology, epistemology, and axiology. So ontology is what exists, what is reality. Epistemology is how do we know anything. Axiology are the questions about values. Technology is also associated and is influenced by the underlying philosophical presuppositions that the designers make. So we have seen this discussion about uniplex versus multiplex approach. The problem with the uniplex approach followed by the people who are building modern technology is that they are universalizing it, and they are saying that it is, the same thing applies for all people, which is not true, because their philosophical presuppositions, we don't agree with many of those. So how do we critically bring out these ideas and critique them so that we can escape the harms of this? For instance, if you see this, within science and technology, there are now people who think we're just like machines, and the machines change. Even firstly, it was like a clock, human acts in a clock-like manner, then it became a computer. Now, people are saying we're just like a robot. So this reductionism reduces humans to just, these things like machines, robots, and animals, and we forget what is it that we really are. And the people who are making this technology, they have a religion that, for instance, this book talks of how in the future people will become God-like, God in the sense of the Greek mythology, like very powerful. They're missing this idea about what God is and what God really means. So it eventually turns out that metaphors shape the way you think. So if you think you're like a machine, your technology, your behavior would reflect that. So I have this on the slide, but I will not talk too much about this because this was covered in the previous presentations. We need to have technology and educational philosophies that cater to the whole human person. So the whole human person is not just the body and not just the mind, but also the soul, the heart. And it is the heart which is the core of a human being. I'll just highlight one interaction of Ghazali with technology. His time was before the printing press and so on, so it's questionable how much we can learn from his interactions. However, researchers have described the incident of Ghazali and the robbers, and we also had a discussion on it. And when it comes to writing, Ghazali went through a different phase. Initially, he left this reliance on writing, but eventually he knew that this is a very useful tool and we can use it to inform people, and when you write, you can actually engage with yourself as well. And so that he called it heart writing, changing yourself as well. If you write, you get to see how coherent you are, and you can improve your way of thinking and your behavior and so on. So coming to the end of my presentation, I hope to finish in 2 minutes to keep up with the timing requirements. How will Ghazalian AI project be useful for the world? So as highlighted in this book by the great Indian scholar, Abul Hasan Ali Nadwi, that the world has actually lost due to the decline of Islamic civilization. Knowledge has become a tool to dominate, manipulate, and there is a diminishing focus on moral character, virtue, values, and ethical conduct, increased materialism. Pursuit of wealth is the summum bonum of all of your efforts. There is a rise in nationalism, tribalism, selective human rights, which we see these days. So Ghazalian AI project will help us see that technology is not an end in itself. It is to be used for something useful and for maslaha. So for instance, if people are using it to become godlike, to attain omniscience or immortality, there are technologists who are aiming for uploading their consciousness to the cloud and becoming immortal. So we will not consider that an acceptable technology. Also, technology needs to be determined with what we call a rayal kulli, thinking of whole humanity, not just your company, not just your country, because this technology, it has now a very large effect. Also, our conception of what we are doing, what we are using technology for. So according to Imam Ghazali, also mentioned by the earlier speakers, the aim is sa'ada in this dunya and akhirah. So we don't leave the dunya as well. We focus on the material development and cultivation of the earth. However, we see in the Quran that our real aim is akhirah. So it should not be that our sole aim just focuses on this dunya. So therefore, we need to have this holistic conception. For Ghazali, a multiplex critical AI would question the purpose of technology. Does it lead to human flourishing and felicity in a holistic sense? Does it lead to saving virtues, munjiyat? Does it lead to muhlikat? Does your technology engross you in a way? So there are personal effects, there are also social effects. And so we need to look at that. Does it lead to maslaha or does it lead to mafsada? And we know from the Quran that sometimes people, they do things and they think they are improving, but they're actually making things bad. So these perennial questions don't cease to apply with advanced technology. In fact, they become more important in the current era. So last slide, we need to judge AI not only just technology-wise, because AI is embedded in questions of economics. So can we have good technology with capitalism, where, for example, now we have surveillance capitalism, politics, culture, society, all of these things, they have an effect on how we judge. And you need to focus on mindful use of technology with intention, lillahiyat, ikhlas, like Ghazali mentioned, and like we see in the story with his writing technology. And the other thing I have highlighted is the importance of purpose and the importance of purification of the soul. So I finish with this. This is a quote by Imam Ghazali which highlights that the things that are instrumental are not the same, they are not at the same level as the things that are sought for. Okay, so we should think about how we use technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We thank you also for this informative presentation. And we move now to the fourth and final presentation in this session with Humaira Kolong.
I'm not as strong. So, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Congrats. You made it to the last session. We all made it, alhamdulillah. Inshallah, I won't torture you for too long. So my title, how do I just forward? Okay. So my title is called Why Centering, a pedagogical and philosophical comparison of student-centeredness and Al-Ghazali's educational conception. So the reason for choosing such a title was, for me, a personal quest. I was using such student-centered methods in my classes of discussions with students, and I found them pretty useful, and so did my students. And I was doing more research into it and found that they were based on constructivism mostly. So I had this conundrum that practically was pretty useful, but on a philosophical level, it was not aligning with my worldview or my philosophical understanding of the world. So what I wanted to do is look into pedagogy from an Islamic traditional perspective, and obviously Ghazali did provide that. One of the teachings that helped me a lot in this was one of Al-Ghazali's, obviously, in his Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal. He says that we should not abandon or reject ideas, thoughts, or methods based on their labels or based on the people claiming them, or because these people might be from another group or from another school of thought. So that should not be the reason to reject or accept something, but we should look at the particulars and make a good research about them and then decide if we want to reject them or accept them. The examples he gives in the deliverance from error is, for example, that he says you can't deny mantiq, the science of mantiq, just because you don't like the philosophers. You can't deny the importance of a teacher just because you don't like the talimiyya. So applying this to student-centeredness and the so-called constructivism, this is my outline. I want to compare student-centered pedagogy with the Ghazali's pedagogy or pedagogical ideas, and on the pedagogical level, obviously, and then secondly, I want to look at it from a philosophical perspective, comparing constructivist epistemology with the Ghazali's epistemology. So my research question, again, is the same. Going further about the pedagogy, starting with student-centeredness. The main emphasis in student-centeredness is the individual learner, the learning process, the broader learning context, and as Dr. Seda yesterday has already mentioned, it's an alternative to student-centeredness, which is based on what was it based on? It was based on behaviorism and the transmission of knowledge, which is now in student-centeredness disregarded because the student is now in the center. I've listed some of the foundational principles here. One main thing is that because there is a highly stress on the individual, we have a legitimacy of multiple perspectives. And as already said, the teacher is only a facilitator of learning environments. And two important things are the prior knowledge of students that needs to be regarded. And the second one is the cooperation or the social aspect to learning. So these both will also follow us in the philosophical or epistemological part. Yes, so looking at Ghazali's pedagogical thoughts, I looked into the Ihya Kitab al-Ilm, And there we know that he's listing the duties of a student and a teacher, or we can also derive from that how he imagines a student and a teacher and their relationship. So a student for Al-Ghazali needs to have the right intention while pursuing knowledge, and that right intention must be to draw closer to God. So one could, according to Ghazali, do that with multiple sciences. However, the ultimate science leading to that purpose is the science of the hereafter, as Dr. Islamicate has mentioned yesterday. And in order to know that this science is the best to do that, he also needs to have an idea of the classification of the sciences, as Dr. Ahmed Snowball has mentioned yesterday again. Then we have a highly emphasis on the respect to the teacher, and that's because of the knowledge that he's imparting, not because it's just a norm. The third aspect is a gradual understanding of religion. A student, first and foremost, needs to have mastered the foundational aspects of the science, and then upon that he can broaden his horizon and delve into other teachings, other sciences. And Al-Ghazali also says that at the beginning stage, a student should stay away from academic disputes like munazara. Yeah, so, and with purpose, I mean the student needs to know when, why, and what to study, obviously with the guidance of the teacher. So when we come to the teacher, we see that there is a complementing relationship. So the student pays respect to the teacher, the teacher pays love and compassion to his student. And we have seen this in the student-centered approach as well, where there is an emphasis on the personal relationship between the student and the teacher. However, what differentiates Ghazali is a third dimension to it, which is the intention and purpose that's beyond, because the intention in teaching and the intention in learning should be, according to Ghazali, drawing closer to God. Yes. And also the crucial role of a teacher is to impart knowledge that will be the means for the eternal happiness of a student, that makes it, that adds a spiritual aspect to that relationship. And then secondly, a teacher needs to observe the student's prior knowledge. We see here the similarity to student-centeredness again, and also observing the cognitive capacities, and that's also in line with student-centeredness. However, we then have a moral dimension to all of this, in the terms that the teacher observes the intentions of a student, and also has to guide him indirectly to good intentions or virtuous intentions. And then also when he sees some misbehavior, he guides him through kind demeanor to the good. One important aspect here is, as it has been mentioned yesterday, that the teacher is embodying his teaching and the student is supposed to follow the teacher. And that has been also shown with the metaphor of the shadow following the stick in being straight, hopefully straight and not crooked. So now I come to the second part, which is on epistemology. And we see that constructivist epistemology is either construction of knowledge. This is seen in cognitive constructivism, or it is a co-construction, and that's seen in social constructivism. I'm not going to dig deeper into that, as has been mentioned yesterday already. The critique to constructivism in general is that they are adherents to epistemological relativism, and that means that the knowledge of the external reality is not possible for the human being, and that our knowledge is shaped by our experiences, cognitive capacities, and social interactions. And this relativism leads to a broader skepticism in which reality is always concealed, and reality becomes the consequence of scientific construction rather than its cause. So reality is not preceding the knowledge, but the scientific construction is preceding the reality that's been constructed. And as Dr. Recep Şentürk has mentioned yesterday and perfectly outlined Ghazali's epistemology, I don't find the need to repeat that. Here I've drawn from the deliverance from his book, From the Deliverance from Error, in which we can see that his epistemology is based on a multiplex ontology, and various levels of existence determine the knowledge of the realms of existence. So what we can see in comparison between Al-Ghazali's epistemology and constructivist epistemology is a fundamental disparity in the views on the attainability of true knowledge. So according to constructivism, true knowledge is not possible to be attained, and according to Ghazali, the opposite is true. So here I've summarized it shortly. We can say that in terms of pedagogy, Al-Ghazali emphasizes the importance of the student's cognitive, intellectual, and spiritual state, and that's also the case in student-centeredness, but the spiritual state might not be the case. And he does not diminish the role of the teacher, which is the case in student-centeredness, and he highlights a more holistic perspective, having the student, the teacher, and the third dimension of God. Yeah, and that I've already said, and according to epistemology, we have seen the disparity there. Two more things that I want to add are maybe implications that we can take with us. The first one is that we need to align our educational methods with the broader philosophical framework. And the second one is that this aligning of methods and philosophy doesn't necessitate us to categorically abandon student-centered methods or constructivist methods. Rather, going back to Ghazali's teaching, what we need to do is to look at the particulars and choose based on them, and not because they're labeled as such as constructivist or so. And another reason is that these methods, they also have been used by scholars who have not been called constructivists. So non-constructivist scholars have already used these methods, and constructivists then claimed those methods. Yeah, that was it. Thank you for your attention.
So, dear Naira, vielen lieben Dank. I give the German language the chance to be heard here in Qatar. Vielen lieben Dank für deinen wunderbaren Vortrag.
Rahim. I thank everyone for your contributions, and also I thank the attendants, for their patient and careful listening. Mashallah, we have very high quality presenters and also very high quality audience. When I talk to people, I see that they are really involved in the business of education and very well versed in the field of education. Alhamdulillah, now we came to the concluding session, and in this session I would like to invite a few colleagues to come and share their opinions about what we have done and also what we may do next year. I would like to invite Professor Sebastian Günther and Fulla Lahmer, and who else I should invite? Kayyim Hoja, it seems, is he here? Yes, the samurai. Okay, all right, please. Yeah, we have one more chair here, so maybe we should invite another young scholar, someone who talked about the practical aspects of it, and I invite Tala Hamur. She is she here? Where is she, please? Oh, went out. Okay, then I invite Zeynep Çilingir. Okay. Okay. So you see that we touched many areas and many dimensions of education, and we tried to drive inspirations from Ghazali to better understand those dimensions. It was a tour de force, looking around different issues, including AI. So it was also very interesting to explore, how we can approach to AI, from the Ghazali perspective, play, and different aspects of it. So in my presentation, I try to provide a general framework for like how Ghazali approached different dimensions of education. So it was it aimed kind of providing a conceptual framework for everything we wanted to do afterwards. So in the beginning, I would like to thank the organization committee, in particular Dr. Mudassir and our brother Yaqub, alhamdulillah, and those scholars who came from different parts of the world. We brought here scholars from Japan, scholars from America, scholars from Europe, from all parts of the world, alhamdulillah. So Qatar became center in Islamic education, and actually this is our goal, to make CIS a center, a global center in Islamic education, a global center in Islamic psychology, a global center in Islamic finance and economics, and also a global center in Islamic ethics. So these are all very practical fields, but practice must have a very deep theory. Otherwise, practice without well taught conceptual theoretical foundation would be very destructive, would be very counterproductive. So we should combine hikmet amali and hikmet nazari together. Now I would like to have the opinion of our distinguished scholars about how they see what we have done so far. What's your opinion about what we have done here until now, and also what we can build upon this, how we should proceed further, what should we do in the future. So these are the two aspects of my question to you. So let's start with you, Dr. Fella.
Jazakallah khairan. First, I would like to thank everyone who could make it actually till now. Jazakallah khairan, and thank you so much. So the first question, what we have done. And I think to move, discussing the thoughts of Imam Al-Ghazali, we know it's not new. So what is new about it is actually taking it into practice, thinking into reviving the practice of Islamic education through its roots and give it that theoretical framework and depth that teachers may not have access to. Practitioners on the ground, they need translation, and they need it for people who have the theory and they have the practice, and they can see actually how this vision can be translated into practice. So I think this is key here. The second thing is the multiplexity is about the interdisciplinary as well, is the levels, as we say, the levels of reality, but also the maratib al-ulum. And also in that, the human being, we need to learn from different disciplines. And when we see the disciplines here, and we are discussing Al-Ghazali, and I've read Al-Ghazali early on for tazkiyah, and I've learned from him something in a certain stage. The same book, like Kitab Adab Sama', I've read it in terms of fiqh, in certain thing, and I've learned other things from it. And this time, learning deeply about an educational lens, and you see the depth of Al-Ghazali's thought as an educationalist. And I think that is what we take, the second point, is by being together here from different disciplines, looking through those disciplines, how they interact through the practical educational lens, this needs to go forward, I believe. The third point and the question, how to go forward as a researcher, I think we need a systematic approach, and as yesterday, what Al-Ghazali gave us are not the rulings, gave us the methodology of approaching conflict issues on our practice, and also complex issues. How can we approach them more systematically and put what he said, I give you the systematic way of thinking and looking for evidence, whether we take it or not, that is not fine, that's fine, and that's fine that you don't have to agree with me, but as long as you've seen how I analyze it and you've seen how I came to my conclusions. So if we can learn from his methodology into practice and how can we handle those issues in practice, this is something. So let us, from that, see the recordings, mashallah, all the recordings of the conference, take them systematically, analyze them systematically, identify the themes that are emerging, and see how these themes interact and what are the results and outcomes of this. This is what I would say. Then it will be what are the best, because we will find different things, and how can we go forward.
Yes, so how we get the best out of this, but you don't have any specific idea, let's say, what would be the topic for the next year's comparative education symposium? Any suggestion?
Personal suggestion?
Yes.
Because there is a personal one and there is a systematic one. My personal one is part of data from other scholars. I would go now. The II is a hit, and there is a threat in the II of colonization of thought through the II, because the questions they are answered, even the texts they are analyzed through. Colonized, I would say, thought, because the IA has the data input through the dominant thought, and the dominant thought is colonial, whether we like it or not, and therefore how much input we have from the Islamic thoughts, which is systematically to feed into that. From my kind of assessment, and I try to assess it systematically through my own kind of domain, is a big gap. So I suggest this gap, we need experts in not only in technology in terms of the technique, we need the technique, and we need also the wisdom. We need them to combine them, have that kind of education, because it affects research and also affects the practice. Practitioners are going to ask questions. Imams, I have imams interaction with me before, and they said to me that we write our khutbah through the IA. So they go and say, read for me khutbah on this. And I've tried that and assessed it on different topics. Interestingly, how the texts are interpreted and what you get, is interesting by itself. I will not expand on that. It's a research by itself.
Okay.
So this is my suggestion, and sorry
Yes,
for
thank you
taking
very much, Professor Sebastian. So same question to you. So how do you like evaluate what we have done, in these 2 days, and then like your ideas about future, how we should proceed, because you have been in the field of Islamic education, and you are coming from a different background, like the German background, this Orientalist, Arabist background. So how do you see, how do you evaluate, our work that we have done here, and what would be your suggestions about future work?
Thank you very much. First of all, I really want to congratulate you, Dr. Rajab, on the conference, the organizing committee, and everybody who was helping us to have this very pleasant and very stimulating symposium on a very important topic. Al-Ghazali is one of the most influential thinkers, as we all know, in many fields, but as we worked out and digged out of his texts also in the area of education. Looking at my notes, I see how many different and diverse topics we touched upon. We started with Al-Ghazali's ideas on the significance of language studies and language teaching. We had papers on how we should be aware and how we can be aware of the multiplicity of the sciences, the ethical and the aesthetic aspects of learning, the role of logic in a spiritual context, but also what virtues and what competence means for Al-Ghazali and for us today. It was a topic in many of the contributions that Al-Ghazali advised us to be critical, to be analytical, and to use our brains and minds. On the other hand, what came up in many of the contributions, to be balanced. I mean, this is something that is a real message for us today, to balance our lives with studying, with learning, but also not to forget there is another dimension to the human existence. There's an ethical dimension, there's a spiritual dimension, and this is something that is speaking not only to the Muslim world, it's also something important to us universally. One contributor was saying Al-Ghazali helps us to become global citizens. I thought this was really beautiful, and this is something we can build on in the future. There were also a few problematic issues when we spoke about his direction to the afterlife. I mean, we touched upon it, we didn't fully discuss it. This is also something that is perceived in non-Muslim contexts as something that needs more elaboration, because we live in the here and now, we want to make a contribution, we want to be happy in this world, so we have to translate what Al-Ghazali really means when he tells us to look for happiness and full contentness in another world. When it comes to other topics, I mean, the intellectual tradition of Islam is so rich. You said yesterday, we want something, either another big Muslim thinker or a program. We can combine things when we look at Ibn Sina. He himself is a program. He has so many different works produced, and he is famous for his ideas on child education, for example, as elaborated in his Qanun fi Tibb, which is only one example. We could also take up your suggestion to do a more thematic approach to learning, and I thought, depending on the possibilities in the Qatar context, why not go for something Islamic education between the sacred and the secular? We have Al-Mawardi, for example, Adab ad-Dunya wa Din. There is a secular, a profane tradition also part of the Islamicate world. Why not explore this for the contemporary society and contemporary contexts. But there are, of course, many other possibilities, and we can explore these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's hear from Kayyim Naoki Yamamoto Hoja, Sensei. So, he brought in a very different comparative perspective, comparing the Islamic and the Japanese and the Western and the Eastern approaches on education, and emphasize the importance of doing, practicing in education. Sensei Kayyim, how do you see, how to evaluate what we have done, here, and also what would be your future vision for us, to proceed further?
Okay. Bismillah. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I myself also learn a lot. And if I can add something about what we have achieved, especially I wouldn't say in this, that, for example, there are lots of international conferences everywhere in the world, even in Japan, or in America, or the European countries. And for example, international conference on Confucianism, or Confucius, or international conference on like Buddha, or international conference on the Hegel or the Kant. But what difference in between the our conference and the other conferences? Maybe I'm very arrogant. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the Muslim community, even now contemporary, the classic still has a power. It means the Muslims are still reading classic. It means like not just reading it, that they are trying to get the energy out from it. Because I have been organizing the Ihya reading group with Rajab Hoja for I think more than 5 years or 6 years, maybe in 7 years. And no matter how we're busy, he's also super busy, and I'm super busy. But I'm trying not to break this routine because I know that there are many Muslim students in that Zoom, online reading group, that this is the only opportunity for them to get something energy out of it. And they see it so seriously. And even in Japan, there are some Japanese reading the Buddhist classics. There are some Japanese reading Confucianism, books about Confucianism, and there are some specialists. But most of the traditions are now is about to die. I mean, this is the reality that the Japanese must face. But in Muslim community, and not only Qatar, but also in Istanbul, or the Malaysia, or Indonesia, or the other countries, these classics still have power, and the classic which actually unite in the community. So that's why even this conference is not about just a conference. This is actually that was from the core of Ummah that we keep united together. And what we can do the next for this step is that actually when some teacher discussing video games, and I really want to add because I'm big fan of video game. Do you play PlayStation 2, 3, Nintendo Switch, Game Boy? Actually, I play all of it. And I'm so sad that some of the parents that say that هذا جائز or هذا غير جائز, because this is not about halal or haram things. Because, do you know Metal Gear Solid? Metal Gear Solid. This is the action video games. And if you haven't played, I strongly recommend to play the Metal Gear Solid 2, the Sons of Liberty, because that video game is about AI. That how the AI would try to dominate the whole world. It means that what I'm raising this as an example is that, I mean, in the end, the video game is just a tool. For example, if you can create some kind of action video game, which is based on, for example, Ottoman history, or the life of the Ghazalis, or I don't know, the life of the Yunus Emirate, then children can study in the history of Islam. It's through it. For example, I myself, I studied the religion, Japanese religion, through the video game called Persona 4. Persona 4. I recommend you play Persona 4. It's so fun. And do you know Uyanış Selçuklu? Uyanış Selçuklu. It's a TV series. Guys, you have to watch TV series. I mean, you're teaching the kids, then you have to engage what the kids are engaging. So this Uyanış Selçuklu is a Turkish TV series. It's about the history of the Seljuk and the empire, and it was directed by TRT, national TV Turkey. And usually I don't like in Turkish TV series because it's too long, but sometimes it's 2 hours and 3 hours, and they was all discussing each other. But what was so interesting about this uyanış means like awakening, and Büyük Selçuk is a great Selçuk Empire. So what is interesting about this TV series is that there was a young Ghazali in this TV series. There was a young Ghazali. Now he was so energetic, and he also has a master, and he tried to like correct something wrong in the society. And for example, right now in this conference, like the most of the participants are educated. Khawas or khawas, the elites of the elites. And of course, the elites of the elites know the values of the Ghazalis. But imagine those who are watching the uyanış Selçuklu. There's the awam. So maybe that is the only and the first moment that the people who watch what the Ghazali did. But still, that inspiring enough. At least, even that TV series inspired me, and the study of life of the Ghazali all again. So, what I want to propose is that I think we should, we Muslim intellectuals, we should study about the power of the culture. Once again, that how we can create our new Islamicate culture, not Islamic culture, Islamicate culture. The culture which can be enjoyed by both Muslim and non-Muslim, but using our own historical resources. I think Ghazali's action game is not appropriate, but in something like in the strategy game, or a TV series, or the movies, or the book, or like a novel, because this is how the Western world dominant us. So I think the thinking about the power of the cultural capital can be the big step, and also Furusiya studies, horsemanship.
Yes.
This is my favorite. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kayyum Hoca. Kayyum Hoca always looks at the issues from a very different perspective. He sees what other people usually miss. And so that's why thank you very much for your contributions. But do you have any specific suggestion for next year? Don't say video games. We cannot do it. Say something else.
So I think but this power, the power of the cultures, is there was something what I had in my mind. That the building the cultural capital. Yes. So, especially for the last 2 years, my focus is more like practical things.
Yes.
Because we have been discussing the theory, and I think this is now, we are really becoming really educated. So what we think is that in Arabic, like tatbik, like in how we can apply those knowledges. And I'm saying that, for example, we can talk about the Ghazali, but we have to make philosophy of Ghazali exist in every corner of our life. It means that even this table should be the manifestation of the philosophy of Ghazali. So this is what I'm thinking. So yeah, something like a culture or the cultural product or cultural imagination, like takhayyur, the
Yes.
power of the takhayyur.
Yes.
I think this is what we're really missing among the Muslim
Yes.
intellectuals.
So we can make a symposium on takhayyul. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. In this symposium, we wanted to include tabaqatul ulama, the senior scholars, and then the middle-aged ones and the younger ones, because we have to hear the young voices as well, because ultimately education is about touching young children, young people from different levels, elementary school, middle school, and the high school. So it's always very important to have young voices with us, especially the generation gap is now reduced to almost 3 to 5 years. Before, generation gap was in 100 years or something like this. Then it reached to 50 years, then 10 years. Now it's almost 5 years. People with the age difference 5 years, they live in different worlds. So it's very important for us to include young people with us, inshallah ta'ala. So we have one of the younger scholars, with us, Dr. Zeynep. So we'd like to hear from her. So how do you see what we have been doing, and then what would be your vision for us to go further.
Thank you, Ustaz Rajab. I'm only in position to be your students, all of you. So I wanted to say that I've been following these symposiums on psychology and Islamic sciences, and then education and Islamic sciences, and I know your work in Istanbul also, always trying to mix the social sciences with the Islamic sciences, and I feel like we are in jihad, and I'm so happy being part of it, actually. So we are now creating the tools, the theoretical tools and applicable tools for this jihad, and I see that's the most important thing in my life right now. So my of course, I don't have the Nazra Kulliya that you have, so I'm going to be so particular in my suggestion. So let's go back to children's literature, and my suggestion is that we should write books for children. Okay. So we should definitely do that, and this is so easy to do that. And now actually we are doing in Istanbul, we are writing curriculums for children, how to teach them Arabic and how to bring the values that we want through these manahij. So, and it's too easy too, yani. It's not a big deal actually. So we only
maybe writing a program for Dr. Junaid is very easy, but for you impossible. But for her, if you ask him write a child story.
Yeah. And we can find people, yeah. And maybe I cannot write children's book, but I can create the criteria for this, and that's an important work.
So you, maybe like a topic like stories in education, using stories as a tool in education.
Yeah,
maybe something to explore.
That would be a powerful weapon to use in raising our children. And for the next symposium, I think Ghazali, when he wrote his books, he looked at the problems that his asr was going through. And now we can do the same and look at the problems of our this asr. And I see that the biggest problem is the problem of individualism. And maybe next symposium could be around this, an individualized education and what we mean by individualism and how we can create counter discourses for this. I don't know. That's what I thought.
Yes. So in your opinion, the biggest problem we are facing and we are fighting is individualism. This is the jihad.
Yeah.
Okay, Qayyim Hoja, in your opinion, what's the biggest problem we are facing today in one word? Yes.
There's so many problems.
No, I want just one.
I mean, my personal enemy is video game because I'm addicted to much.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm joking. No, I said my personal enemy is video game because I'm addicted to much. No, I think as I said, I think the lack of imagination, this the power takhayyul.
Yes, lack of imagination, you are saying. Okay, very good. Thank you. Because I just wanted one word. I love the two words. So, Professor Sebastian, in your view, what's the biggest problem we are facing today in the world of education? One word. It's difficult for professors, to pin everything in one word.
I mean, it's not possible in one word. To improve mutual understanding.
Mutual understanding.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So these are important things, for us to record. And Dr. Fella, in your view, what's the most important challenge, problem we are facing today in the world?
Or insaf.
Adil.
Yes.
Justice.
Qist.
Justice. So, okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to hear from the audience. Now it's your turn to share your views, opinions about what we have been doing and what we should do to take this project further. In particular, what would help us, to reform our education. because we don't want like philosophical or theoretical discussions. We want contemporary applications. What would help us, to come up with contemporary applications to complement what we have been trying to do, and what would help us to take our efforts further. Okay. So, is there anyone from this line? You? Okay. So this brother over there. Yeah.
السلام عليكم يعطيك العافية.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
باعتقادي غياب القدوات على مستوى الإعلام lack of role models هذا مهم جدا يعني بلاحظها على الأطفال مثلا أكيد إذا بتابع برامج معينة حيبلش يقلدها تقريبا. فخلق القدوات سواء كان عن طريق القصص أو عن طريق مثلا تبسيط قصص الصحابة الأبطال أبصر إيش. أنا لاحظها على كثير من أطفال أقرباء لي بيقلد محمد الفاتح وبيقلد عمر بن الخطاب وبيقلد ليش؟ لأنه عايش على الشغلات هذه. في طلاب ثانيين أو أطفال ثانيين بيقلدوا مثلا لاعب كرة قدم
Yes, role models. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. And here, okay, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't know if this will be appealing, but revisiting Al-Ghazali, we just scratched the surface. I feel this is the beginning, not the end. A lot of us got into Al-Ghazali now. Can we actually go and integrate a lot of the philosophies and the learning and revisit Al-Ghazali next year with deeper insights on what we've learned from each other and from our research and how we've enacted that in action?
Okay, this is a good idea. Doing and then coming and revisiting. Dr. Mudassir?
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajab. I was telling Professor Sebastian yesterday that a lot of what we heard during the course of this two-day conference was music to Muslim ears. And somebody made that very important, pertinent comment that Ghazali makes us global. Now, he makes us, we are only global if we are going to look at the Muslims and the non-Muslims together.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
we are exceedingly living in circumstances and situations where the non-Muslim is right next to us.
Yes.
So how does Ghazali talk to a non-Muslim audience?
Mm-hmm.
Becomes, of course, we are still learning how Ghazali is talking to the Muslim audience. We need to go a long, long way.
Yes.
But I think we also start to scratch the surface of how Ghazali talks to a non-Muslim audience.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you very much.
basically, you are suggesting that the contemporary practical solutions we are trying to, drive from Ghazali should address global problems in the field of education, not particularly the Islamic education. Yes. Yeah. This is something we had all along from the very beginning, because you cannot isolate Muslims from non-Muslims today. We are all integrated, so we should care for the whole world, because the problems emerging in one location affects the whole world. So you cannot isolate anything that's happening in other parts of the world. So either we will be saved as humanity or we will be doomed as humanity. So once I was invited by Czech Science Academy, I talked about the big transformation we have gone through. I call it open civilization. So today's civilizations have no walls, no borders. They are all like infused into each other. After my talk, someone stood up and said, Professor, can you tell us how we can protect Europe from the problems happening outside Europe? I said, this is an old question. It's a bygone era. It's impossible now, to isolate any geography from what's happening in the rest of the world. So you have to think about, basically he does not want Europe to be affected from what's happening in Africa or like in the Middle East. He wants a paradise in Europe, but the rest can be hell. I said this question belongs to a bygone era. It's no more. Like you have to fix the problems of the world so that you can have a paradise in Europe. Otherwise, it's impossible. So same applies for us. So we should not care only about problems of the Muslims, but problems of humanity, because anything that's happening anywhere in the world will influence us also. But also humanity is a trust to us, is an amana. to us. It's not only to like protect ourselves, you know, but also it's a responsibility for us. Yes, yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I just really want to say Jazakumullah khair for putting this together. All of your guys' work and research is just so inspiring, and honestly, it gives me a lot of hope, which is wonderful. So thank you so much for that. I think what I'd love to see, given a lot of the discussions, maybe adding on to what Dr. Daniel was saying, it would be wonderful if this could be a week long and a bit more interactive, where this research, as Daniel was saying, is put into practice, and let us do some of those activities and see how they work and experience them ourselves, and so that hopefully we can take from your expertise and that can trickle down into our community, so that we're able to do some of the, I'd love to attend a martial arts session where that connects to Fatwa and so on and so forth. So that'd be a wonderful a program for next year, if that's possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so sister.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to build up on what you said. This is actually my idea. I'm coming from professional learning designer. So how can we build these theoretical frameworks and activity into action in teacher training? Is there any idea? Is there any plan to put this into action, make it more interactive? I'm sitting here and listening to you. It's very interesting. It's very fulfilling to my brain. But how can we put this theoretical framework into action and bring it back to our classrooms?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, but yeah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد عبد الله، أستاذ دراسات إسلامية من السودان. البرنامج اللي بقترحه أنا برنامج القدوات في التدريس في المدارس والجامعات وغيرها. يكون في برامج عن القدوات الناجحة أو التجارب الناجحة في حياتنا وتاريخ المسلمين، ابتداء من سيرة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم سيد الناجحين وإمام هذه الأمة وقدوتنا جميعا صلى الله عليه وسلم. يكون هذه التجارب متنوعة، أحيانا سيرة وتاريخ، أحيانا أفلام قصيرة عن حياة هذا الناجح، عن كيف وصل لهذا النجاح من سيرة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، من الصحابة، من العلماء حتى عصرنا، من العلماء في المجالات المختلفة، الخوارزمي، ابن الهيثم وغيره، وكيف أثرهم في العلوم. أظن أن فيها دافع كبير لأبنائنا ليترسموا طريق هذا النجاح.
شكرا شكرا. دكتور إحسان دكتور. أوكي تمام.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. خالد محمد عبد القادر، صحفي وأستاذ جامعي من السودان. وردت في النقاش في التفكير النقدي، معظم المتحدثين أشاروا لأهمية التفكير النقدي، وفي ناس تحفظوا عليه بطريقة ما، لكن أفتكر إنه التفكير النقدي ده ضروري جدا للناس ولحياتنا. إذا كان الله عز وجل في كتاب مثلا سمح لإبليس يعمل الحياة كلها، مثلا انظرني إلى يوم يبعثون، وإبليس داير يخرب مشروع الله عز وجل في الأرض، سمح له. فأفتكر إن المشكلة ما في التفكير النقدي، في نظرة بعض الناس للفكرة ذاتها، للتفكير النقدي، كيف يتعاملوا معه وكيف يتحاشوه. أنا أفتكر إنه ده حاجة مهمة جدا، إنه كيف نعلم الناس، كيف نتحاور، وده بقودنا لحاجة مهمة أشار لها أحد المتحدثين، إنه تقنية الحوار بيننا. كيف إذا قدرنا يعني عملنا الحوار ده بيناتنا بأي كيفية، أفتكر إنه نصل لأرضية مشتركة الناس يتحاوروا فيها ويعيشوا بيناتهم بفكرة كويسة. شكرا جزيلا.
يعني بدلا من تفكير النقدي، دكتور عصام، بدلا من تفكير نقدي أنا أود أن أستخدم التحقيق. يعني تحقيق هذا بنائي، يعني نقد بعدين إيش؟ نعم، نقد لأي غرض، يعني نقد ليس للتدمير، يعني للإنشاء، وتحقيق يحتوي النقد والبناء. يعني تحقيق نقد بنائي، نقد إيجابي، نقد إنشائي، هكذا أتفكر. فأنا أستخدم دائما تحقيق يعني بدلا من نقد. طيب دكتور إسام تفضل.
جزاكم الله خيرا. Many inspiring ideas, just especially the last question about what's the problem. So I found like through these like 2 days like thinking what's the deep problem like we have in our modern life. Mostly like I'm thinking about fragmentation, and this like in Quran like يقطعون ما أمر الله به أن يوصل, and it seems we have like individual fragmentation, societal fragmentation between West and East in a human being and human faculties, and this like deep problems we are living in the world of fragmentation. And for like mostly like I'm suggesting a theme for maybe to address this, and especially for the first panel this morning, and coming from the comment of Her Highness, and this so about alternation or integration. So are we seeking for alternation or integration? I'm talking about two values, two systems, two apparatus in terms of ethics. So, and this mostly about talking about identity as individual, as society, and I think we need to add like for alternation or integration solutions, or maybe applied solutions for this.
Actually, multiplexity helps us go beyond this question, because the multiplexity allows us to integrate, and also offer an alternative, comprehensive worldview. So anything that's proven is acceptable, from this maratib al-wujud, maratib al-ulum perspective, because we have a martaba suitable for this perspective. Let's say social constructivism, in the maratib perspective, the multiplex perspective, there is a room for social construction. But the problem is when you totalize social construction and you say everything is socially constructed, there is no truth, then it's a problem. But in our understanding, there is a mubah domain. Things may be constructed in this mubah domain, no problem with it. But the problem is to generalize it. Same thing for subjectivism. There's a domain for subjective view, but the problem is when you generalize it, you say everything socially constructed and everything subjective. Then it becomes a problem. So this is the power of the multiplex perspective, the power of maratib. It helps us go beyond pseudo dichotomies, subjectivism versus objectivism. We have room for subjectivism and we have room for objectivism, universal or particular. We have room for the universal and for the particular as well. The problem occurs when you totalize, you generalize, and you try to reduce everything to this particular level. All right, so anyone from here? Yes.
أرجو أن يكون مقترح عملي جدا. اجتمعنا هنا ومن بلدان عدة، وكل شخص يحمل تجربته الشخصية، ونحن بلغتين، اللغة العربية واللغة الإنجليزية، وهناك من يجمع بين اللغتين. فأقترح كل أرقام تليفوناتنا موجودة عند الإخوة في الإدارة، فلو أنشأوا مجموعتين في التليجرام مثلا أو في الواتساب، التليجرام أفضل، بحيث كل من جاء التحق يستطيع أن يطلع، كل يطلع من دخل في مجموعتهم على تجربته، فيتبادل الناس ويحصل التثاقف الذي به يحصل شيء من إشباع الناس، فيكون هذا أسبوع أثيري الذي اقترحه الأخ، ويتبادل الناس، من أراد أن يستفيد يدخل ومن كان منشغلا، فالأمر يسير. بارك الله فيكم.
شكرا، جزاك الله خيرا. اقتراح مهم. تفضل دكتور. يس.
السلام عليكم. قلة من العلماء الذين تحدثوا عن سيرة حياتهم، ولا سيما قديما، والغزالي وربما كان الحارث المحاسبي أيضا في الوصايا أحد هؤلاء، لأن بحاجة إلى أن ندرس سيرهم ونرى العوامل التي شكلتهم. وأنا أشد جدا على كلام أخي بحاجتنا إلى القدوات، ولكن غالبا عندما تقدم إلينا القدوات الإسلامية نراها إما في جانب البطولي أو في الجانب العلمي، ونغفل عن طفولتها. مع أن هناك من كتب مثلا في طفولة الإمام النووي أو غيره. يجب أن يكون عندنا أبحاث جادة عن العوامل التي صنعت هذه القدوات وهذه القيادات، وأن نعمق في دراسة سيرهم التي صنعتهم، لأن فيها أيضا عدة أبعاد. يعني الغزالي مثلا عندما يتحدث، ويجب أن نقرأ المنقذ من الضلال، وربما أيضا آخر كتاب ألفه كان منهاج العابدين إلى جنة رب العالمين، لنرى كيف مشى خطوات في فلسفة الحياة وكيف انتهى إليها. شكرا.
Yes, thank you very much. So it's very important to study the childhood period of those heroes and role models, so that children can associate, with them, what kind of children they were, when they were young. And yes, this was a very good and interesting suggestion. Yes, now let's move to this side. So you are very far away. How are we going to take the mic to you? Yes, so maybe this brother will take the mic to you. Okay. Yes, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية جزاكم الله عنا خير الجزاء على ما قدمتم وعلى فتح هذه الآفاق.
صوت عالي شوية.
نعم، وجزاكم الله عنا خيرا على فتح هذه الآفاق. سألتم عن تحديات التربية، ولعلي أتكلم الآن من السياق الأوروبي أو تحديدا من السياق الألماني، وأيضا يعني من إنسان موجود هناك وينظر في حال العالم العربي. 3 رؤوس أقلام مرتبطة ببعضها البعض. الانتقال من الدين إلى التدين، هذه صيرورة لابد من إتقانها. النقطة الثانية فقدان الثقة، يعني نحن نواجه أزمة كبيرة جدا في موضوع الثقة. من الذي يتكلم؟ فيما يتكلم؟ ما هي الأصول التي يوثق بها أو لا يوثق بها؟ هذا موضوع حساس جدا. والعنصر الثالث هو الخلط بين الفكرة والأيديولوجيا، يعني منهج التفكير المنضبط، وأؤيد ما تفضل به الأستاذ من قبل في قضية التفكير التحقيقي أو التفكير النقدي. أنا أبقى مع مصطلح التفكير الناقد وعلاقته بمواجهة الأيديولوجيات. يعني لاحظت في خلط بعض الأحيان في استخدام مصطلح نحن نؤمن بعقيدة أو نؤمن بدين، وبعض الأحيان استخدم مصطلح هذه أيديولوجية معينة نؤمن بها ونتبعها. هناك فارق بسيط. يعني ال3 محاور هذه أشوفها أنا مهمة جدا لمواجهة التحديات المعاصرة.
شكرا. So is there any parent here, any parent here who came to listen? So we'd like to hear from them also, because I met some people who they are parents, just came to listen and to learn. Okay. So is there anyone who's a parent? Okay. Now it seems okay. Let's start with this brother and then you, inshallah ta'ala. طيب.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نشكر المتحدثين طيلة اليومين الماضيين على تأصيل المعرفة، وخاصة في موروث الإمام الغزالي رحمه الله. فاقتراحي العملي لو تسنى إن شاء الله في مناقشاتنا القادمة أن نتبادل الأفكار في كيفية التكامل المعرفي عند علماء المسلمين، وهذا ما لمسناه في موروث الإمام الغزالي رحمه الله. فما يعانيه المسلمين حاليا هو تشتت العلوم فيما بينها. فلو حبذا في مؤتمر قادم نتناول نموذج من علماء المسلمين الذي سعى عمليا إلى التكامل المعرفي كالفارابي مثلا أو ابن سينا. جزاكم الله خير.
شكرا. Okay, yes, please.
أولا أتقدم بخالص شكري للأستاذ الدكتور معالي الأستاذ الدكتور رجب على هذا المؤتمر القيم، والأساتذة الأفاضل الكرام على ما قدموا من أوراق بحثية متميزة. جزاكم الله جميعا خير الجزاء. ونشكر أيضا الإخوة الكرام في اللجنة المنظمة، ونشكركم على حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. يعني أكرمتونا وما قصرتم معنا، جزاكم الله خير. بالنسبة لأهم المشكلات، أتفق مع إخواني الذين تكلموا على غياب المعلم القدوة، أهمية القدوة في العملية التعليمية، وغياب المعلم القدوة هذه إشكالية كبيرة. كذلك أيضا إشكالية غياب الحوار بين المعلمين وبين الطلاب في العملية التعليمية، إشكالية نراها كثيرا في مدارسنا وفي جامعاتنا. بالنسبة أيضا لفكرة مؤتمرات قادمة، كانت البداية مع الإمام الغزالي وهي بداية موفقة، بل بداية متميزة جدا، يعني لأن الإمام الغزالي شخصية يعني من العيار الثقيل المهم جدا في هذا الجانب العلمي وجانب التعليم. يمكن أيضا أن تكون مدرسة الأئمة الأربعة، مدرسة الإمام أبو حنيفة، وهي مدرسة متميزة، مدرسة الإمام أبو حنيفة، الإمام مالك، الإمام الشافعي، الإمام أحمد، في صناعة التلاميذ المعلمين. يعني عندنا فكرة الأصحاب، أصحاب أبو حنيفة، أصحاب أحمد، أصحاب مالك، أصحاب الشافعي، ومدارسهم العلمية. يعني لما ننظر إلى الإمام أبو حنيفة كيف دون المذهب، كيف نشأ أصحابا لم ينشئهم كتلاميذ أو أراد أن يكون سقفا لأفكارهم، بل قدمهم معلمين علموا الدنيا وأفادت منهم الدنيا، وكانت لهم آراء ناضجة اتفقوا فيها مع إمامهم وخالفوه في جملة كبيرة منها. هذه فكرة. كذلك أيضا فكرة المدارس، الإمام الشافعي في العراق مدرسة، في مصر مدرسة ولها تلاميذ، وهؤلاء التلاميذ هم أئمة كبار. وفي التراث الإسلامي الكثير، كما تفضل أيضا أستاذنا الفاضل الدكتور حينما تكلم على الموردي مدرسة أيضا من المدارس. أكتفي بهذا وأشكركم شكرا جزيلا. بارك الله فيكم وجزاكم الله خيرا.
These are great educators. We see them as imam, faqih, but this very important to notice that they were great educators and they built a madrasa, a school of thought, and their students, they carried on their legacy. And actually, this was my PhD thesis, network. If those scholars did not have great students to carry on their legacy, they would be forgotten. So it's what made them known later on was the efforts of their students. So any great philosopher or any great scholar who did not have students, his name would be forgotten right away. So this is a very important point, like how they produced students who were like loyal, to those ideas, and then carried on to later generations. So it's also an important point. Yes, from here, yes. طيب تمام، أنت أكملت كلامك، يعني انتهى. Okay, شكرا. Yes.
جزاكم الله خير. I have 4 main points. I will try to be quick and short. The first one is about identifying our educational research methodology that we're using.
Yes.
Because many of the discussions were based on the methodologies, and we need to be unique and identify how we're doing that, and you're better me than this. In addition, or subtitle under this one is the glossary, because most of the things that we're trying to use, we made on assumptions, while we need to clarify it and to identify it. The second one, I think that everyone here agreed that we need to have tools. So based on what we're talking about, there are lots of inspiring, there are lots of great examples, but how are we going to develop tools or models or resources so that teachers and school leaders or educators will be able to use them? Which will take me to the third point, which is teacher and education leadership preparation programs. We need to avoid reacting to the current trends and have this kind of future proofing in our preparation programs, especially based on the maqasid al-sharia, instead of just focusing like this is the trend or this is the fashion that we're having. And the fourth one and the last one will be the ecosystem. So this is not isolated than the holistic thing that we're focusing on, and how we're introducing that and producing the knowledge, so that not only consuming, but we're also generating, and how to disseminate that. Thank you.
Yes, mashallah, very practical suggestions. Perhaps this is the last one. Yes.
بسم الله، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا طبعا على المؤتمر الرائع جدا، استفدنا كثيرا ونحن مدرسون هنا في قطر. فقط لدي تعقيبين أو تعقيبان بسيطان على ما استمعته. أولا فيما يخص التفكير الناقد. لغويا النقد هو ذكر الإيجابيات والسلبيات. هناك فرق بين النقد والانتقاد. الانتقاد هو ما يركز على السلبيات، أما النقد فهو ذكر للإيجابيات والسلبيات. هذا أولا. ثانيا بالنسبة للقدوات، القدوات أمر مهم جدا، والقدوات صدقوني موجودة والدراسات عنها موجودة. المشكلة في كيفية إيصالها لهذا الجيل. هذا الجيل لا يتلقى مثل الأجيال السابقة. صدقني هذا الجيل فعلا قد يستمع إلى كلام لاعب عن كلام عالم. طيب ما الذي علي أن أفعله الآن؟ هناك تسابق كبير جدا بين كثير من الدول لاقتناص المؤثرين. هؤلاء المؤثرون الذين صار لهم جمهور كبير، ومنهم طلابنا. يعني أحيانا تدرس طالبك فيتكلم لك عن مؤثر معين وهو متأثر به كثيرا. ممكن بدلا أن يكون العمل على الطلاب يكون العمل على هؤلاء المؤثرين، احتوائهم، جذبهم وتوجيههم لتوجيه غيرهم. هذا التعقيب الثاني. كاقتراح فقط لو أمكن مستقبلا، وأظن أن الدكتورة في الأحمر ستوافقني، مالك بن نبي. يعني لو تكون هناك دراسة لأعمال مالك بن نبي وما كتبه عن الحضارة وما كتب واستخلاص، يعني ربما مثل ما قمنا في هذا المؤتمر نستخلص ربما معايير أو نقاط بإمكاننا أن نعتمد عليها في البرامج التعليمية مستقبلا. شكرا جزيلا وبارك الله فيكم.
شكرا جزيلا. I thank the panelists here in this concluding panel, and also each one of you who contributed. And Dr. Fella, you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Malik ibn Nabi, you asked us to give one thing.
Yes.
So you are stuck in so many things. Like Al-Khayal, it's great, we need it. And I'm working on it on storytelling as well. And I'm with the company, with Al-Khayal company, and producing a story from tradition, Algerian tradition, as a forum for resources, educational resources. So they are needed. For Malik ibn Nabi, for sure, I read a lot for Malik ibn Nabi, and there's a lot to take from him. Tahir bin Ashur al-Maqasid, I was about to say Tahir bin Ashur, and I think one of the scholars he has a really deep educational thought, but not enough about him as well. So this is one thing. The reason I did, why I chose the artificial intelligence, we have to ask the question, and this question is methodological question. Do we choose based on we have many priorities, but we are now in the crisis, and you just discussed, Dr. Rajab, the issue of the generation gap. The AI is making the generation gap, shorter and shorter.
Yes.
And the reason I just very quickly mentioned that the AI now is, I would say, الأمن القومي الأمن الأمة, I would say, is أمن الأمة. And that was basically a bombardment of thought. I know it's getting into the imams preparing their khutbahs.
Actually, we had an AI and social sciences symposium 2 weeks ago at CIS.
Yes, so we have the member, the AI is on the member. The AI is on the parenting. Parents, they go and ask the AI how to parent and how to sort out their problems. It's coaching. The AI is helping teachers to plan their lessons, teacher training. It's doing teacher training for us, and is planning, and is creating resources, and is doing researchers, guiding researchers in their methodologies and theories as well. And I tested on all this. I'm not saying out of nowhere. I really systematically try to work on this and see. The AI is coaching psychologically. They have issues and they go, how can I feel like this? How I'm going to handle this? The AI is actually producing text in literature. The AI is producing images as resources to visualize ideas. And I've tried all this. I'm not talking out of literature and theory. The AI is actually producing videos. The AI is analyzing textual and numeric data, qualitative and quantitative data. The AI is actually doing games for them to play, and the AI, and I can on and on and on. The problem with all this, and you know that, the problem is deep. You know that's iceberg. What we have now, the AI is not standing, is giving all that and guiding from a framework that doesn't have the ontological dimension of the spiritual and imani. And is coming from a very specific worldview that is guided. And therefore, and it's painting it lick of paint, and it looks so Islamic. But when you see and critique the words that are used, the guidance, the things, it look fancy, but actually is guiding the thought and guiding the practice and guiding all that on many circles and dimensions. So do we leave the AI to go with that worldview? And we are talking about Al-Ghazali and the depth of his thought. And we know for Al-Ghazali, action starts from the heart. And if the heart now is doing tarbiyah through the AI, whether we like it or not, then is it something, is it a luxury that we leave behind because it's a trendy? Or is something of safety is actually urgent need for us to do? But obviously what we don't want to do is how to use the AI in my teaching, how to use the AI as a technique. We would like as scholars to go into depth on the AI, what does the AI mean to the Islamic to the education that has the Islamic values, depth into the worldview of multiplexity.
Yeah, thank
Can
you
we
very
do
much.
that? This is my point.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, like 2 weeks ago, we organized here AI and social sciences, discussing all these issues, the opportunities and the risks involved with the AI and how it's implemented in different fields in social life, in human life, and also, like we have been involved in a project of educating AI, in a particular way. It's very important. I cannot agree with you more. And thank you very much. So now we came to the conclusion. Jazakumullahu khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.